We're live at the range all afternoon for the 150th Open Championship. The sun is really trying to break through the clouds, and the wind has dropped a little bit from this morning. We brought you all the action from the range earlier on, and we are here and cannot wait as stories unfold and the players prepare for Thursday. Of course, a lot of practice to go, and these are some of the scenes. The wind at the moment, 23 miles per hour, partially cloudy, and 21 degrees. It does feel quite warm up here. It was the hottest day in Scotland yesterday for 100 years. We were all celebrating with sun cream. There is the putting green. To the right of that is the short game area, and we are just around the corner at the driving range with the one and only, the Claret Jug, that dates back to 1872. And I'm delighted to be joined by Ali Whitaker. Ali, great to see you.
It's good to be here.
Oh, it's absolutely magical, and this is very special. We've only got it for about half an hour, then we have to return it. Is there a favourite year for you that stands out from the Open Championship?
Well, I just want to say, I think the Claret Jug's schedule might be busier than yours, which is saying something.
We're all quite busy, and you're very busy.
Yeah, the year that I love was my first Open that I went to, which was actually working at least, was 2019 at Royal Portrush. The Claret Jug hadn't been there for, I think it was 1951.
51, correct.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah. And so the atmosphere, walking down the 18th as well, and just soaking that all in, the silence, even though Shane Lowry had the massive lead, and then the way that the place just erupted when he started walking up, it still gives me chills thinking about it.
Oh,
it was amazing.
It's fantastic, and his name is just engraved here. There you go.
We are.
2019 confirmation, winning by, what was it, 6 strokes back then in 2019 at Royal Portrush?
Over Tommy Fleetwood as well.
Gosh,
and that was
incredible walk down the 18th fairway. In fact, I was speaking to Fanny Sunnison earlier on today, and she was describing the walk down the 18th with Sir Nick Faldo back in 1990 when she caddied for him, and the throngs of people that were let onto the fairway, and they pretty much had to escape them to get onto the green. But she said she's got goosebumps walking down that 18th. Can you only imagine what it would be like walking down 18 with the massive leaderboard on your left-hand side come Sunday? And who will it be, Ali?
Oh, okay, on the spot. I actually think Louis Oosthuizen's got a great chance, as you should when the guys come first and second around this place already. But there's a little, like, if you're into tipping, things like this, I always think there's a little secret that not many people know about in terms of how to pick an Open winner for the last 6 years.
Okay.
So you look at, if you delve into it, so 70 to 1 or lower in the odds. They have to have had a top 10 coming into the week.
Yeah.
At least in the last couple of starts, and they need to have had a top 10 as well in an Open before. Now, that's picked 5 of the last 6 winners.
I was going to say Colin Morikawa.
I know. So the only one that they didn't get, but they got second and third doing that. So that was Royal St George's. You're never quite sure what you're going to get, because that's also all about the weather. Not dissimilar to this place.
Totally.
In a way, but the fairway's bouncing there.
Oh, and you've walked the course this morning. You walked out to the 12th and actually had to dash back for your lunch and to come here. But just tell us what was happening with the weather, what was happening with the wind. I mean, it's hard off the left, isn't it?
It massively is. It's out of the west today. And the interesting thing, my takeaway from my walk was the 8th hole. So par 3, and where the tee is, it's actually set back into the grandstands, and you don't feel a thing back there. And then you walk about 60 metres up and you nearly get blown over. And I don't think I actually saw a player hold the green.
Really?
I stood there for a while. Scotty Scheffler hit the back edge and then went 30 yards into the gorse. And I spoke to a couple of the guys around that green, and they said, we have barely seen anyone hold it. And so it's not a long hole. I think it's only about, maybe 170, 180 off the top of my head. But wind hard out of the right, you'd think that, with all the green out to the right, you'd be fine.
Yeah, do you know what were they playing, 170, 180 off the tee there?
Well, to be honest with you, it was every club in the back, because it's links golf.
Big one.
I know.
Let's guess.
It's like, which one's going to work for this?
Totally.
And you've got to be really adaptive, because the numbers, they mean nothing around this place. And I think that's, for a lot of players that played at the Renaissance Club last week, that's an advantage, because there's so many times where you're playing links golf and you pull a club and you go, it can't be this club.
No, and then that puts doubt in your mind.
And it does. And you've got to be able to just be so kind of plastic with your thinking and adaptable out here. And I saw a lot of guys as well practicing a lot of low wedge shots as well, like a little double overhead wedgie spinner. So I saw a lot of guys reaching for those kind of shots around the greens as well. So
I mean, we've waxed lyrical about the creativity and imagination that's needed around this golf course, especially around the greens, and the size of these double greens is really difficult to put in perspective for people at home, and they're just massive, aren't they?
It is. They are incredible, and they're kind of like the tale of two halves for a lot of them as well. So you might have one half which is incredibly undulating, and then the other half is seemingly flat.
Yeah.
You know, and it depends obviously which hole you're playing as to what you get. But the thing that struck me, in terms of the routing for this golf course and or the routing, depending where you're watching from,
well covered, all bases.
Thank you. Now that is on the way out, so you kind of like we could almost do a little bit of a dance.
Okay.
I won't make you do it.
No, I'll do it.
Make you
I'll do it.
But,
I don't mind.
So on the way out,
Okay.
you're playing up. And then you go back. It's probably, I don't know if this is a waltz or what it is, and you go up and then you go back to the tee. And that's kind of the way that it goes all the way out the stretch. And you don't always see that on TV because we get the angles behind the tee boxes. But when you're walking it, it's so, like you almost don't even need to think about where the next tee is because you know it's about 50 yards behind you that way.
Yeah.
And so that's the way out, and it's similar on the way back as well.
Geographically, it's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, I've got a couple of historical facts for you.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
yes,
I'm just going to throw them your way. Back in just before, 1764, they changed it from 22 holes to 18. But they used to play the same greens, but then the greenkeepers decided it was way too, old Tom Morris, too difficult. So they then decided to put white flags on the way out, and it was red flags on the way back on those double greens to make it easier. Yeah. I mean, I'm full of facts. I can come out with some more if you like.
Like more of the same.
You can have more later on. I've given my stat about the 5th and the 13th green, the 38,000 square feet. I'll get some more for you later on.
That sounds like quite a nice apartment, actually, doesn't it?
It does. It's bigger than just the same size as Westminster Abbey square foot. This is our view, which is just brilliant. And we are covering this major championship like no other. We've got cameras everywhere. We've got TopTracer technology, analysis, insight. Our reporters are all over the place. Ali, you're with me for the next hour and a half. We're going to be roving up and down here. Brooks Koepka is just behind us, dressed in white, having a little chat. And just before he does a bit of prep, I'm not sure if he's been out on the course yet.
I couldn't tell you. No. I haven't seen him out there.
No, he looks like he's going to go to the short game area and maybe just some of the players have been playing 6 or 7 holes today. It's not necessarily a case where you go out and play a whole round of golf, is it?
No, well that's it. We've got Jed Morgan, who's just walked past us as well.
Yeah.
He won the Australian PGA Championship earlier this year. He's definitely a player to watch for the future.
Yeah.
But he was out with Cameron Smith, who else, Demi Papadakis and Matt Fitzpatrick earlier on. So
great.
He went out and learnt it quite a bit. They were lingering around Renaissance last week, so the Aussies kind of came over together, and they all kind of travel in a pack. They're staying in a house not far from here, and I love that Cam's so good at taking them under their wing as well. So he goes, or he knows what it feels like. He was there 5 minutes ago, wasn't he?
Yeah.
To be one of those new players on tour, and he really reaches out. And Jed was actually one of the first guys that won his rookie scholarship. So how nice of a full circle story is that? So
yeah, that's wonderful. I'm just looking as well to Ben Campbell, who's just to my left-hand side, playing in his first Open Championship. The New Zealander did well at the Vic Open, and just such an experience for some of these guys who've never been here before, having to find the shots and the creativity that they've probably never experienced.
And I think that the interesting thing is this is where geography and where you come from and nationality can play its part, because there are shots, honestly, this week that these guys play golf for a living. They play all the way around the world, and they won't necessarily have ever played them before, which I love.
Yeah.
You see the guys I saw a couple of guys getting into the bunkers with their little chicken wing leg up there today, and
flexibility there, Ali.
Thank you. I know. I'll deal with that later. We'll get on the spiky ball.
Some kind of knee injury going on now.
Yeah, but even like the wind as well. There's some shots, especially left to right, that's pretty tricky.
Great stuff. Well, listen, Ali, we're going to take a walk down here and find some stories for you. But for now, from us, we'll see you later on. Come on.
Well, lots of information and facts and figures coming out there from Di and Ali. Still looks pretty windy to me out on that practice ground, I've got to say. A couple of days to go till it starts now. And what we really need is a bit of breeze. Alongside me, Mark Rowe. Mark, this course is obviously a gem. It's fantastic, but it does need wind.
Yeah, most certainly does, Boxy. I was out there this morning having a little wander around, and they're saying it's sort of 23 miles an hour gusting to 28, but let me tell you, when I was out there, it felt like it was 50 miles an hour. It was almost hard to walk against. It was brutal, to be honest with you. Not really a day where you want to play 18 holes practice, as Di said. I think a lot of the guys playing not so many holes today, just maybe 9 even, because it is exhausting in all honesty playing in those conditions.
You know, you can play too much. There's no question about that. You know, in the days of when it was you'd play the Scottish Open, and then it would go to, if you didn't get a spot there, you got Sunday and Monday where you had to do your qualifying. And then you raced down here, and then you played Tuesday, you played Wednesday, got another 9 holes in the afternoon. You were done by Thursday morning.
Yes, absolutely. It's also, not easy to practice in these conditions. The wind on the range there is blowing off the left and quite strong. Here's Tommy, he's just sort of easing into a practice session there, just starting with some sand wedges, just some soft wedge shots. 116 yards, the flat carry there, as you can see. 20 feet of curve, and that's probably mostly the wind off the left-hand side.
Do you know what? Left to right into breeze was never my favourite to practice in, because it was always sort of, when you got the top of the backswing, where do you want that sack of coal, wasn't it? Do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, when it's blowing this strong, I mean, it can change, obviously, your balance a little bit, the way you're hitting shots, and, it was always a favourite, really, wasn't it, to have the wind straight into. In all honesty, it was going to be, you didn't mind practicing straight into the wind.
Never liked downwind either, did you?
Not really.
Or uphill?
No, I agree with you.
No uphills here on this range. It's absolutely perfect. And the turf to hit off, I know the AMs won't quite like it so much because it's very tight, but the turf to hit off here, if you play it for a living and pay your mortgage with it, it is just bliss to hit off.
Fascinated at hang time on a 125-yard wedge shot. It's in the air for 5.6 seconds. Speed at launch 94 miles an hour.
Second in Portrush in 2019, Tommy Fleetwood. Brought up around the links. He sort of, plenty of links golf where he was brought up.
Yeah, he won't mind these conditions, will he? He'll love these conditions. There's absolutely, there's not a shot he can't hit. He can shape it, he can control it. He's got that swing that's very reminiscent with that sort of sawn-off follow-through. Sets the club quite early. I mean, Alan Thompson has been his coach for most of his career.
Do you not think, Mark, a lot of this practice is also habit. It's just routine habit that they have to go through. It's very rare you find your game when you get it.
No, that's it's difficult. I mean, it's also from a coaching perspective. I see an old friend of mine from Sheffield there, Graham Walker, in the background, who helps him with his short game. And, you want to come playing your best game, don't you? Especially the St Andrews, especially for the Anniversary Open Championship. And you don't want to be making any big swing changes or any big tweaks out there on the range before, especially at this stage. It's a bit more really about getting you in shape mentally, isn't it? You want to know you're striking it okay. You can experiment with ball flight. I think that's a massive key in these conditions when you're out on the range. You see Finno, his caddy there, is basically picking a target for him, just discussing the shape of the shot he's hitting. And a lot of players on the range will picture shots that they have to come on the golf course during the week, and they'll play certain shots around the short game area. You're going to have to adapt your game this week. Rock hard it is out there. The turf is rock hard, so you've got a different quality of strike to what you would have most weeks.
It's always difficult to work out where the green starts and where the fairway ends, isn't it? It's that type of course.
Yeah, it's the most amazing golf course. And you do always get goosebumps on your arms when you're out there walking, playing. Even on the range, the atmosphere is incredible out there. There's a real buzz about being at St Andrews.
There is. Do you know, I remember 1984, I made all 4 days. It was the days when they had a cut in the second round and a cut in the third round. You remember that, Mark? I don't know whether you played in those. You might have played in those, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. I played with Sandy Lyle here last day. He shot 67. He got clapped onto every tee, every green. It was brilliant.
I think Tommy will like these conditions, and I think he will be very much looking forward to this Open Championship.
You can see there the clouds just beginning to move away now. That's what they said would happen this afternoon. A bit more sun, but normally when that happens, the breeze picks up. I mean, a lot of these players, I promise you by now, what do we call it, past 2 Tuesday afternoon, they would like to start tomorrow.
There is quite a long build-up, isn't there, to the Open Championship?
Yeah, the weather vane moving around a bit, gusting, as they say in the trade here at St Andrews. You look at those flags, they're still fluttering quite a bit there. But you'd want, as Mark was saying, you'd want to be practicing that straight into the breeze, really, rather than something that's coming off the, or hard off the left. It's the 8th Open for Tommy Fleetwood. How many did you play?
I played 13 Open Championships. And I enjoyed everyone. Everyone was the highlight of every season for me. It's just to get your little player's badge and register. It was always something. It's just you got a buzz from the second you arrived at an Open Championship. There is a buzz about it. It could be my year. Could it be that year? Could I contend for the Open Championship? Of course. It's what everybody dreams of. That's what you dream of as a kid, on the range.
Yeah, it was actually quite a frightening thing when you first turned up. I remember when I went to the range the first time in 1980, when a lot of people listening weren't even born, but I went onto that range at Muirfield, and I wouldn't get past the 6 iron. I was, can't really say what I was feeling on air, but I was feeling a bit iffy, if you know what I mean. And I remember hearing this thudding behind me, this thudding, it was different sound on turf. Turned round, it was Jack Nicklaus hitting balls there. You remember those leather grips he used to have? You know, and I thought, and he had those piercing blue eyes, and she sort of stared straight through me. I was so worried about shanking a 3-iron out of bounds into the Munsingwear tent down the right-hand side. We used to get a free Munsingwear sweater as an amateur, do you remember that? Cashmere, of course.
There you go, Tommy, runner-up 2019, 4 out of 7 cuts made. Looking very relaxed, isn't he? He's not rushing through the bag days. He had a few wedges, few sand wedges, and now he's just looking at the length of the shaft. Looks like he's got himself down to maybe a 9-iron now, maybe an 8-iron. Just working through the bag slowly, huh?
Through the blag?
Yes, it's a kind of combination
of the bag and what else. I think we'll have to get back to that in a little while's time.
It's the greatest walk in golf. I mean, it's just the best feeling.
The people were just unbelievable.
You had to walk your way through 50, 60 people deep. That was an incredible experience.
That is a very cool scene to be right in the middle of.
I mean, I had to keep my composure to play golf. They'd already awarded me the championship, but I still had to play.
It's like the old medieval days in the Gladiator, baby. I've just defeated the guy. I've killed all the lions and everything, and I'm going to go eat now. For me, it's the most special walk of all the championships I've played.
How many guys do you see walking down there and they all take their hats off to acknowledge the crowd? It doesn't really happen everywhere else. It happens there.
Welcome back to Live at the Range. Dustin Johnson. Just, funnily enough, practicing, because that's where they all are. No tournament starts yet. Thursday we get underway. And they'll go out at this time of the afternoon, 20 past 2. Do you think you go out and do a little 9 holes or not?
I think they wait to see what the weather's doing. If the wind dies down, I think there'll be more players go out if the wind dies down than if it stays up and it's blustery. There's DJ, that beautiful brown bag that they produced specially for this week. A lot of the companies have a special Open Championship bag that they manufacture, different head covers. It was always a lovely thing to get in the Open Championship and get there, and they give you a bag for the week.
Yeah.
Just hitting sand wedge here, just working through the wedges. This is the area of the game that's transformed him over the last 3 or 4 years.
Hang time there of 4.1 seconds. Only hitting 85 yards though. Now, 12 Opens, so this is obviously his 13th appearance, 4 top 10s. And it was a runner-up in 2011, which was at St George's. You're pointing at the screen, Mark. What are you trying to say?
I spotted Claude, that was all, with the sunglasses. I couldn't figure out who it was for a start, with Claude Harmon in the background there. But DJ, you know, with those wedges, it's amazing. He can be hitting 85, 90 yards, and that's what he does. He starts off with these really soft wedges by his stance, and he puts so much cut on them. It's amazing. It's like a little soft drop fade when you watch him hit them, and that's how he's learnt to control the distance over the years, to soften that flight out on the wedges. He's got so much power, so much length, but he learnt and worked and really grafted hard to get the feeling of that little sort of soft fade with the wedge and a softer flight.
How important, or how much difference do you think a yardage book would make to your score if you didn't have one? As these top pros, when it's really windy.
It is more creative in the wind, boxy, you know, there's no doubt about that. I mean, especially on a course like this. I mean, your yardage book, yes, of course, you give me the yardage, and downwind, rock hard, you could be landing it 60 short the green.
Easy.
You know, so there's a lot of visualisation, creativity. Not a big fan of the spitting, though, box, you have to say.
I wonder what happened there. I thought it started raining.
So here you go once again. He's just slid these lovely, lazy, soft cuts. Not a deceleration, it's a constant speed. And it's like a little drop fade, and he's got that on a piece of string. Really is. And they're working to control the distance to a point. As we've heard a lot about Tim Barter and Richard Bland, how they practice the wedges with a TrackMan, and you can have a setting on the TrackMan that gives you random distances, and you try to hit those distances, and it tells you exactly what your carry is. He's more just, he's hitting the same spots here all the time. And there's no better turf in the world. When you hit these wedges off this turf on the range here, it's just a joy. You feel like you can spin them, nip them, control them.
Yeah, you wanted to stay on there quite a long time, didn't you? And it was great. I mean, you just got a perfect lie every time. Beautiful contact. Great to hit long irons off, I always thought.
There's always an entourage around all the players nowadays. It's teamwork, and they've got somebody pretty much to advise them on everything. I mean, it wasn't that way in our day, Richard. Obviously, it was much more. It was you and your caddy. It was a much more sort of solo effort. But that's how the game's developed. I mean, we're looking at athletes nowadays, and you know, they have everything under control, from diet to their training, and that's all built into their daily schedules, and certain amount of time allocated all the time to certain aspects of their practice.
Okay, I think we better go back down to the range. Di and Ali went on their walk. Let's see what they've found.
You know, we were walking and now we've stopped because we've found some players who we'd quite like to talk about. And Ali, just over your left shoulder is Seamus Power, and yeah, he's in the blue with the shorts as well. It's great that they can wear their shorts, isn't it? Early stages of a major championship warming up. And yeah, his caddy you know pretty well, who's in the grey.
He is, yeah, Simon, who actually he caddied for Atahara Munoz as well. So he left the LPGA to come over and work with Seamus. He knew him well and tried to link up with him, and they've been a great pairing actually. But he's just such a lovely bloke and a massive advocate for both the men's and women's game, which I love. Yeah. But yeah, it must have been lovely back in Waterford. You know, that's where Seamus Powers is from, and then we're at Mount Juliet, which is about 30-40 minutes away. So anytime you can come home, and he came home as a favourite, which he'd never done before, which was really lovely, I think, for him, because no one really knew his name. He played there, I think it was 2019, 2018, the last time he'd played out there. But obviously since then he's picked up a PGA Tour win. And, you know, and he went from outside the top 400 to, I think he's inside the top 40 now in the world, which is an incredible move.
And it was the same day that Colin Morikawa picked up the Open Championship when he won his PGA Tour victory.
Oh, yeah.
The Barbasol event. And he was over at the JP McManus tournament, beginning of, what week are we in now? It was beginning of last week, wasn't it? And I had a quick chat to him on the 16th.
Yeah.
Recently, yes. That covers all bases as well. It was on the 16th tee, and he was just loving the Irish atmosphere and the Irish crowds. And he said he's taking so much confidence from it to come back from America and see that home support as well, feeling the good vibes coming into the Open.
They were, and he was paired with Shane Lowry for the first 2 days, and we had 18,000 people a day, and the tickets the season tickets had sold out before the Monday for the Horizon Irish Open, and you couldn't get a Saturday or Sunday for months. It was one of the earliest sellouts on the DP World Tour that we'd had in a very, very long time. But I think for him, the Friday afternoon, so he was playing well. He was the best placed Irishman going into the weekend.
Yeah.
But he played alongside Shane Lowry, who had to try and make the cut.
Yeah.
And so he birdied the last 4 holes on the Friday. And the cheers that we heard that day on the Friday afternoon were, it felt like a winning putt.
Wow.
Genuinely felt like a winning putt, which, and I don't say that lightly.
No.
'Cause, sometimes you can wax lyrically in these things, but genuinely,
the Irish
it was
crowds
incredible.
are just some of the best, aren't they? Yeah. If we move on, we've got Justin Rose just here to Ali's right there, who's I was very impressed with him at the Canadian Open with that really low round, almost a 59, wasn't it? And likes the Open Championship here, did well back in 2015 when it was last here 7 years ago. What's he working on right now? What's he got in his hand?
He's changed. Well, he's got driver out there now, and with this wind, all these guys are trying to do is think about the front nine. So the front nine with this wind, every single shot you're trying to hit a little bit of a low draw back into the breeze, because as soon as you pop anything up, it's going to go 40 yards to the right.
Yeah.
And even then, you might get another 20 yards of bounce, or a bit of a dodgy kick off so many of the undulations that are right in the heart of the fairways as well. So this is, as pros say, one of the worst winds to practice in. But for St Andrews, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Purely because of that. You're going to get almost, 6-7 straight holes of exactly this.
Definitely.
So this is a pretty good warm-up for that.
If you are just tuning in for the first time, we did speak to a few of the pros this morning, including Shane Lowry, who said, I'm only going to be here for about 20 minutes and go because I don't want to be practicing too much in this wind.
That's it.
Because it is it's not quite as gusty as it was this morning. It's picking up a little bit as the afternoon goes on, though, isn't it?
Yes, my hair is usually a very good indicator of which way the wind's going.
I need to tie mine back. But it calmed down for a couple of hours during our little lunchtime break. But as we walk down here, so many different conversations going on. We've got Tommy Fleetwood as well next to Justin Rose, another Englishman who he's got the TrackMan out, hasn't he?
He does, yep.
And been with tell us about his, I know his caddy. I've played golf with his wife, who's a very good footballer and golfer.
She's a commentator as well, I think, isn't she?
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah, brilliant. Ian Finnis, they've been a partnership forever, as long as I can remember, actually, since I've been out on tour. But I think if you find a caddy early in your career that you get along well with, that you mesh with, that's a massive luxury.
Yes.
And it's something that doesn't happen to everyone. It's similarly with coaching. If you find a coach that you gel with and you stick with them throughout your whole career, it's like hen's teeth. To have all of that align and not have to shift around much is something that you just don't get that much of on tour.
No, totally. Fanny Sinnison, I said earlier to her, do you need some kind of psychology degree to be able to cope with different personalities? So Nick Faldo, Henrik Stenson, she was telling me how different their personalities were and how you had to adapt. And sometimes with Sir Nick especially, she didn't really need to say that much. So it's about saying things at the right time when needed, but also giving a good bit of club advice as well.
That's it. And it's so much, the thing that no one tells you is that it's so much of it's trial and error.
Yeah.
And even as a player, you get into contention, you go, all right, how am I going to deal with this? And then you hopefully, if you don't win, you learn something enough going, oh, well, that didn't work, so let's not try that for next time. And it's similar with caddying in the fact that, yes, they're all different personalities, but you've got to choose your moments so well as to when you need to give them that little wriggle on.
Which, you've observed so many player-caddy relationships over the years. Which one stands out? I'm just thinking recently for me, Billy Foster and Matt Fitzpatrick at the US Open. I mean, it's so special, such a great dynamic between those two. You can just feel the energy, can't you?
You can. And Billy Foster is he's such a treasure.
Yeah.
And there's so many guys, like you have a caddy like him, you can get along as well as you want with your caddy, but you want a guy that's got experience here, because this place, it changes complexion every single day with the weather, which I'm sure you'll hear day in, day out.
We love a chat about the weather. If you're from the UK, we like to chat about the weather, so it's super important now. And but it does look like it's set fair for the rest of the week. But we will be here on the range all afternoon until 6 o'clock. But we're just going to take a quick short break right now.
My first Open was up in St Andrews. I was around about 11 at the time, and it was electric. You know, this gentleman had missed his shot, and you could feel like the atmosphere, you know, kind of growing. You know, it was just all gearing up to this one big thing. We watched him do this putt. It was at the 18th, and it was a do or die shot. This was a once-in-a-lifetime golf shot, and it was like, will it go, will it go, will it go? And then, and then everyone exploded. It was just like, whoa, what is this? This is out of this world. Hands in the air. It was like someone had scored like the winning goal at a cup final. And I was like, wow, this is something special. I was there when Constantine Rocca hit the putt that no one else could hit, you know, when it mattered.
Welcome back to Live at the Range. We're having a look here at the man that finished second last year, Jordan Spieth. Been a pro 10 years now, turned pro way back in 2012. And another player really, Mark, that you feel come Sunday afternoon will probably be top 10 the way he's playing at the moment.
Yeah, he is going to be a strong candidate, I think, Spieth this week, with his short game skills, with his putting ability from long range. And he's been playing some very good golf. He's been playing much more solidly, Spieth. And Di was saying earlier she fancied him as a chance to win this week. And I must say, I agree with that. If I had to pick a player, I think he is the guy I'm going to pick this week.
That's okay. You're allowed to do that. You've got 156 to pick from, but Spieth is your choice.
Yes, I'm gonna go with Jordan Spieth. I just think I saw so many shots out there today when I was walking, from the humps and the hollows, that somebody with a great short game to control spin and flight, even in the wind. You know, players playing them low and running, when they're getting across the wind on these St Andrews greens, they don't stop. When you get gusting wind, but if you can hit those little bump shots into the hills and jump them up and check them, you know, and control the spin and the flight that way, I think it's a big asset. And he's a player that can do that. He's got the most unbelievable gift around the greens, the short game visualization, and the way that he can look at a shot and see it differently to somebody else. I love the way he hits those really low back foot spinny wedges, and I think that's a shot you're going to use out here.
No, I think you're right. You know, all the years of playing around here, Mark, one thing I did notice here is that you don't actually, it's very often your stiff one. When I say stiff one, I mean like 6 inches from the hole where you can tap it in. You know, if you draw one into a green and it's sort of down off the right, there's no fringes to stop it. Once it hits that green and goes, it goes forever.
Yeah, and I talk about the wind, you know, and the gusting wind, and how that can change a shot from being maybe a couple of feet from the hole, and suddenly you get a gust and it can be 8, 10, 12, 15 feet away. You've got all of these sort of super slick runoffs and humps and hollows. It's well, obviously it's created by time. More than anything, it's the most natural piece of links land you'll ever see in your life. If you get the chance to come to St Andrews, it's bucket list for everybody, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, most definitely. Well, the last one, flat carry of 209 yards. Let's have a little look at this one, see what this comes out. A little less, maybe caught it a little bit heavy. 6 iron, I would imagine. Breeze sort of slightly hurting off the left.
Yeah, 23 feet of curve, which is Again, a lot to do with the breeze out there. You can see it tugging at the bottom of his trousers there. It's kind of on his back and across his shoulder.
Plus, if you get it wrong when there's a breeze about, it over-exaggerates it by miles, doesn't it?
Well, you could see that last swing he made there. He was just on the way through. He was unsettled by a sudden sort of increase in the wind there. And
also, you know, another thing, okay, there's the range here, but you've got the chipping green and the putting green. Another thing that I found difficult in the breeze, especially around this course, Mark, was when you put your club behind the ball on these greens, it almost slipped. You know what I mean? They got so crispy, these greens. You know, sometimes the breeze can move. It's very difficult to know when to pull the trigger, when to hit the putt.
Yeah, they'll have to keep the green speed down with the way the wind is forecast to blow. It is forecast actually during the week to die down a little bit towards the weekend. It may well be the strongest day blowing tomorrow. Thursday it can blow a little bit as well. But this is typical sort of links weather, isn't it? I mean, and it's a fabulous atmosphere out there. You know, it's not too cold. The breeze is not too cold, and you know, right now we've got a little bit of sunshine out there on the range, and I mean that's the first place to head for, isn't it? When you come to an Open Championship, get down to the range, and you're almost excited just within 50 yards of it, thinking who's on there, who am I going to get to watch?
Well, for the Opens that you and I would have played in the early days, this really was a treat because during the week, during the tournaments beforehand, you had a caddy out on the range and you had a towel and you'd hit your own range balls. Then you got here and you had balls provided. It's quite remarkable, wasn't it?
A good view of the Spieth grip, and he wasn't happy with that particular swing.
They ask you even nowadays what make of ball you want to take to go and hit.
There's everything on offer, isn't there?
Yeah.
Everything their heart desires, just to get the game in the best shape possible, ready for the off on Thursday. Great to see the way he uses his feet in the golf swing, Spieth. Yeah, quick change of club. Little chat with Michael Greller, and they're not going to spend too much time out there, is he? Because the wind is buffeting him and blowing him, so he's going to move quickly now to the driver. He's going to hit a few drivers, and I think probably will head and do some chipping and pitching where he's not being sort of buffeted so much by the wind.
Okay, let's see what the flat carry of this driver is here. We didn't leave any of that behind. Here we go. Remember, it's into off the left. Still a reasonable carry there, 257 yards.
Interesting ball speed there at 167. That's about the PGA Tour average. I mean, we obviously get used to hearing of these, golfing gorillas like DeChambeau getting up to 190. And in fact, one or two players can get up towards 200. But that's about Tour average at 167.
Yeah, if you have a club speed, it normally works rough as near as damn it. If you've got a club head speed of 120, the ball speed is normally half that again and then add it on. So it's around about 180.
Yeah, apex of the shot, 70 feet. Well, obviously the players are trying to keep the ball down a little bit more here.
How did you keep the ball down in the wind?
Well, in all honesty, I used to just move it a little bit further back in my stance.
Yes.
Technology is different now. Well, I love your saying. Go on, you can say it now.
In the breezy, swing it easy.
Yes, I know that's your favourite saying. I remember you saying that so many times over the years.
It came from the late great man Adam Hunter, Scotsman, who unfortunately passed away. But he was a great player, Adam Hunter.
So he is experimenting with the ball flight there, because we had a 70 feet apex just a few minutes ago. Then we had 94.
And that would be, if he was playing the road hole here, that is where his tee shot would have finished. That would have left him a nasty little one in there, to be perfectly honest. That was close, honest. Right, here, that's the view. This is the view the players get off the 17th tee. It's not pleasant, is it? And there it goes. If he was on the shot he's hit on the range right now would be that one, and that is not too bad. I think that may just run out on the left-hand side, but I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good spot if you knock it there. You can actually go a little further right on that 17th than you think.
Yes, a tee that's been moved back over the years. It used to be, it's the other side of the road now where you can sit there. It used to be the other side. And you've got the sheds there that you're aiming over. They were old railway sheds many, many years ago. And I do remember in an Open Championship here, I played a couple of Open Championships here. I think I scared somebody in room 316 on the corner there. Nearly took them out when they were having a gin and tonic.
Pulled the curtains going in. That's actually, if he won't know it, Jordan Spieth, but that's actually a perfect tee shot if someone could just pop out and tell him that he's hit it perfectly down the right-hand side of the 17th. Another one on its way. Everything with that breeze, you see, moving it left to right. Pitching in the middle of the fairway, that will stay on there. Again, that's absolutely perfect. Tell you, you'd take 4 of those right there.
Yeah, it's interesting. The rough down the left-hand side, years past, has been brutally thick, but it's not quite as thick down the left side this year when you take a little wander through it. So maybe a few more drivers for Spieth. He's sneaky long, actually. I mean, he's not short. Although, having said that, we talk about 300-yard drives now. You know, I mean, that's standard in all honesty.
It is.
And out here this week, we're going to see some absolutely ludicrous hits downwind with the fairways as hard and as fast as they are. Time to pack up for Spieth.
Yes, the breeze maybe getting to him a little bit, but you could see how much the breeze was affecting those last 3, 4, 5 drivers that he hit. That's done and dusted. Bread and butter. The putter is out. He'll go around the back there. Hit a few putts. Have a little chat with a few of his mates and then back to the house that they've rented out, or maybe he's staying at the Old Course Hotel. Who knows? Don't know where he's staying actually. Anyway, that's the range done for Jordan Spieth here on Tuesday, the 12th of July.
My first Open was up in St Andrews. I was around about 11 at the time, and it was electric. You know, this gentleman had missed his shot, and you could feel like the atmosphere, you know, kind of growing. You know, it was just all gearing up to this one big thing. We watched him do this putt. It was at the 18th, and it was a do-or-die shot. This was a once-in-a-lifetime golf shot, and it was like, will it go, will it go, will it go? And then, oh, and then everyone exploded. It was just like, whoa, what is this? This is out of this world. Hands in the air. It was like someone had scored like the winning goal at a cup final. And I was like, wow, this is something special. I was there when Constantino Rocca hit the putt that no one else could hit, you know, when it mattered.
Here on the range, and we're going to try and storm in on Simon Keelan, the caddy of Seamus Power. They're just behind us,
I know.
And they're talking some numbers. Are we going to interrupt, Ali? Hey guys,
can we
have a quick
sneak
chat?
on in?
Is it okay to have a
right?
quick chat, Seamus? Really quick. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Great stuff. How many times have you been here before?
My first time at the Open, but I've played St Andrews a few times, so it's a little different with all the grandstands and stuff up there.
Oh, it certainly is. You just had a chat with Shane Lowry. You were talking a little bit about the wind tomorrow morning. What were you saying?
Well, we were going to play some holes tomorrow, but I think there's forecasted to be like 40-mile-an-hour gusts, so I think that's going to change it a little bit. We might just go chipping and putting, but yeah, it's tough. I mean, even today, I played 18 holes today, and it's difficult. Like all the holes going out with pretty much this wind direction, it's amazing as the ball starts turning, and there's nothing to stop it.
Yeah. So what are you working on the range at the moment?
Not too much, to be honest. I've been working on the same thing for kind of like a while. I kind of spin my right shoulder out of it, and it's fun to me to work on it in this wind because I want to do it more. So it's kind of like a little kind of fun test for me. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's too windy. I'm not going to work on a lot. I'm not going to hit too many more balls.
No, it'll mess with your head too much.
Yeah, it will. It's just, you know, it's one of those weeks. It's going to be just more kind of hitting shots. You're going to figuring it out. You're going to be doing things that you would never do in a practice area anyway. So I think it's just going to be kind of going back to all the things I learned growing up.
Oh, great. So also being kind to yourself and not beating yourself up too much.
Yeah, I would say so, because your ball is going to start blowing on places that you don't want it to go. But yeah, but that's links golf. You know, you're going to get some good breaks too. So I just have to hopefully to balance out.
You were looking with Simon lots of stats and figures on your phone. Is that right? Well, Ali, over to you. What's happening over there?
This is it. No, well, I'm guessing that you were either scrolling through the gram, you know, just sometimes it's been known to happen. This is Simon Keelan. What I want to know is, have you guys made any changes to the bag coming into this week?
We have the 2 iron back in the bag, but it was in for US Open, Travellers.
It's better on the tough course.
Yeah, 5 wood went back in the Irish Open, but 2 iron will obviously be a big club this week for us. I think the course is obviously playing so short right now, you know, just running forever. So I think that'll be a go-to club for us. But to be honest, the way he's driving it, I think I'll be happy seeing driver everywhere too, you know.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's a big talk. Now, how long have you guys been working together?
This is at the end of our 3rd year now.
Yep.
Yeah.
And do you think it's going well? I mean, Seamus is going to either give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down behind the camera.
He's the boss here, so you'll have to ask him for sure. But no, I think it has its ups and downs. But I think we've a good perspective and we've a good relationship. So, you know, you take the good with the bad. But a week like this is a treat too, you know. So yeah. We're very lucky to be here, and hopefully we can put our best foot forward, you know.
Now, I'm curious, one more question. You're one of the few guys out here that's actually caddied on the LPGA and on the men's tour. What do you think is the biggest difference between the 2 tours and maybe the 2 sexes on that front? Observations. I know this is a hairy question than I thought it was actually.
Very diplomatic.
To be honest,
here.
I do think like with the par 5s, the men are just like green light for everything. You know, if they can get anything behind it, it's just, you know, we're going to get up around the green. Whereas I think the LPGA, certainly when I was there, the courses were set up, par 5s were probably too long for a lot of them. You know, whereas those girls are so good. You know, they'll knock your eye out with a hybrid or a 5 iron. So. But that's probably the main difference. I think the men can reach all the par 5s. Par 5s play quite long on the LPGA. But other than that, the girls, I mean, they work hard and they're super good players. So I think it's much for muchness, really, you know.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
over to you,
great.
Di.
Well, I'd have to ask you, is it going okay, this relationship?
Yeah, no, it's been great. As he said, it's been almost 3 years now, so it's going very well.
Yeah, awesome. Now, you won the Barbasol Championship, didn't you? The same day that Colin Morikawa picked up the Claret Jug.
That's right, yeah. It was slightly different with the schedule last year. I did, yeah. He was kind of, obviously the secondary event over there. But, yeah, it was fantastic for me. I think we got to watch the Open in the morning. I think we had some delays and stuff. So, yeah, it was nice to see that. And then, obviously, nice to win later in the day.
Oh, great stuff. Or maybe, come Sunday, you could be picking up the Claret Jug. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan, so we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Lovely to chat to you both. Hope you got your sun cream on as well.
We do. Yeah, definitely.
Good stuff. I'll let you continue with your practice. Lovely. Cheers, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to commentary.
Well, he's up to 37th in the world rankings now, Seamus Power. This is his debut. Not this man here. It's not his debut. Dustin Johnson. He's paid in a fair few, it has to be said. Out with his driver. You wouldn't want to get your finger stuck between the club and the ball when he hits it. Now, here we go. It's still going. 280, 290 down into Cooper. Oh, it's gone into the. Look at that. It's gone into the greenkeeper's hut there. Does he know that? Do you think? You can get that afterwards, Mark.
There you go. And just looking at that ball speed again there, we saw Spieth just a few moments ago at 167. DJ is right up there at 180. Flat carry 309. Can you imagine how far that will have gone if it was then hitting the fairway with another 50, 60 yards of run? It's a big carry.
And downwind.
Yeah.
if it was downwind, can you imagine?
Hang time 6.9 seconds.
Now this is a look at the 18th, up and over the Swilcan Bridge. There it goes. If that was here right now, that is the flight he would get on it. Very dangerously close to that right side. But I have to say that would be absolutely perfect. Oh, it's just gone out the bottom of your screen there. Trust me, he's just made the front edge there. He's over it again. I'll let you commentate on this one, Mark.
Well, 353.
Oh, no, he's pulled away. He's having a chat now.
Yeah, he's just taking his time. Very similar in a way to what Spieth was doing there with his practice session. He's come on there, he's hit a few wedges, and he's decided really not to do much more than that. Just a few wedges, whack a few drivers, and then he'll probably do the same and go work on his putting. He gave that one a little bit more, didn't he, as Claude comes in and gives him the next one. Oh, hello, out of bounds, Oscar Bravo.
Off to the old public house there. Quick drink in Russock's down there. Oh, there's the woolen mill. He can pick up some nice cashmere down there if he fancies it. He doesn't know that we're taking the mickey out of that right now. You know that.
He doesn't know that.
Because you wouldn't want a right-hander off him, would you?
Oh, no. No, he's a very fine athlete, isn't he? Here he goes. Look, he's loosening up now. Look, he's opening the shoulders. He's definitely going to give this more. Here we go. First few were soft ones. That's the scary thing. Now he's really going to give it some. Just widening that shoulder turn. Oh, yes, there you go. Does he like it? He's very quickly in with the next ball, Claude, isn't he? He's very attentive when he's on the range.
Yeah, he is right on the ball.
Mumbling, muttering.
Well, I know there's a few people standing around there, but the driving range is actually getting a little bit thinner now, as you say, because...
No, but he's got the record for the biggest entourage. Come and count them, Boxy. I think there's 8 people around him.
Yeah, I think he's even got a letter opener, hasn't he?
There he goes. Oh, he's not happy. This is not a happy DJ at the moment.
Oh, that's not so bad. It would have just eased up and...
See, that would have cheered him up. If we'd have told him, look, we superimposed it, you just drove it right on the right corner of 18, you got an eagle putt. If we'd told him that, he would be happier, wouldn't he?
He would. So just a little bit uphill this 18th hole here, 353 yards, 2 yards uphill. I've got somebody shouting in my ear that's desperately trying to make me say something, but then I'm not saying it. Can you hear that, Mark?
Well, I thought you'd done a marvellous job of not going there. But you remember, I don't know what year it was, but you remember Jack Nicklaus standing on there and the first time ever and rolling up his sleeves and whacking his driver actually just over the back there.
Yeah,
it was the first
left.
time I think we'd seen anybody drive it on the green. And in all honesty now, it's pretty much commonplace that the guys can reach this green. Can you imagine? Commonplace. Here we are saying it's commonplace that the players would hit it 353 yards, obviously, depending on the wind. Now let's see if he can hit this one and maybe not be so grumpy afterwards. But it's not an easy wind. It's not a good wind to practice. We've touched on it all the time. Off the left, over your shoulder, buffeting you. It takes a lot to blow him over, but it's not the player's favourite.
Now, I wonder what Claude says every time he steps in there with that ball. He obviously gives him a little bit of info on something.
I think he says, there's another ball for you.
DJ. There's another ball for you, DJ.
Hang on, let's just count the entourage. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can count 9 people around DJ's bag. That is the record so far. So that's everything from dietitian to coach to short game coach, maybe a putting coach. What else can you add in there?
Well, sometimes you can go for your own personal stretcher. They can stretch you.
Yep.
That's a better view there from behind.
The players also, you've got the trucks on the range, haven't you? And there's all these little fine adjustments being made all the time to shafts, to lofts, to lies. There's nothing that they can't ask to be done, and it's almost instantly done. The guys that work on the trucks are incredible. So a lot of the time when you see a few extra people around, it can be the Callaway crew, it can be the Titleist crew, it can be the TaylorMade crew, it can be anybody that's there from your team, from your sponsor. They're out there to help you.
Oh, weather looks like it's clearing up now. A lot nicer. It was a little chillier earlier on. Flags are still fluttering, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen there. 299-yard carry there from Dustin Johnson, with an apex of nearly 100 feet. Hang time of nearly 7 seconds.
140 feet of curve. It's a massive left to right fade. He is setting it. That is a lot of fade from left to right. You see he's aiming down there. You see the green sheds in the background. That's the greenkeeping centre. He's aiming over there and he's basically peeling them off left to right on the breeze.
So flat carrier 309 yards with a little bit of run on the end of it. Probably 35, 40 yards of run on the end of it, I would have thought.
But you see his ball speed's up again now, another 3 miles an hour. He's definitely sort of, he's opening up the muscles a little bit. There's more in the tank as well, Box, you know.
Oh yeah, there certainly is. But when he's playing in a tournament, do you think he's hitting at 100%, or do you think he's not quite?
No, I think a lot of the players have just a little in reserve, don't they? I mean, you're never going to hit 100% all the time. Nobody does.
As hard as you can.
No.
Claude Harmon offering another ball to DJ.
St Andrews itself is such an amazing place, the town, it's just everything about it. I feel very fortunate that was my first one, and we play a lot of big tournaments in the world, but the open venues that we go to are all really special. But for me, the best tournament and the most special tournament in the world is the Open in St Andrews.
On the tee from the Republic of Ireland, Shane Lowry.
When you get announced in that first tee in St Andrews, no matter whether it's the Dunhill, whether it's the practice round, you know, it's just special. And it's probably one of the only courses in the world where I go to where I actually really enjoy playing my practice rounds. I can only imagine what the RNA have planned for the 150th Open in St Andrews. It's going to be really special, but the fact it's going to be the 150th, I'm sure it's going to be pretty cool. And winning the Open, I'll be forever grateful that I got to achieve something like that. That's the only way I can describe it, like the fact that my name's on that trophy, and when you look at it, it'll never be taken away, so that's pretty cool.
Well, it's great who you see out on the old course, and we've got none other than John Daly. John, welcome back. It must be amazing to be here as a past champion.
Always. This is the place. I've always loved it. It's always been my favorite ever since me and Freddie and Payne won the Dunhill in '94, and I've just always loved this golf course and just love the town and love the people.
Tell us about the memories that come flooding back after your very famous victory here.
Well, to win here, it's like Jack Nicklaus always said, it's the ultimate win at St Andrews, and you know, you kind of feel it. I mean, this is kind of the home of golf, and to win here, old blue-collar guy like me to come out of Dardanelle, Arkansas, and with my footprints on here and get the trophy was pretty sweet in '95.
How do the footprints feel right now? Much different, because this course has changed a little bit, but it's still got that special slice of history.
Well, my feet are old. My knees are old. And it's the first time I've walked 8 holes since 2016, so I'm just glad I'm standing right now. It's the best. I love it here.
Nice. And this part of the course where we're at now, it's pretty exciting, isn't it? So much going on, a lot of crisscrossing. It's a busy place to be.
The wind really gets tricky here. Like me and Brian, we thought it was kind of hurting, and we both hit 5 irons and knocked it 30 yards over the green. So you never know what Mother Nature's going to do around here. The wind is very tricky, and you know, it's just a fun way of playing golf. You got to have an imagination. Don't be scared to hit a 5 iron from 130 yards, or you know, a 6 iron from 220. You just never know what you're going to get.
Nice. And how important is a caddy this week? Looking over your left shoulder, a very familiar face on the bag.
I got my son. It's the greatest.
Come on.
Come on, little John.
Come on. Don't talk with your mouth full.
To have him on the bag is just so special, because you don't know how many more I'm going to get out here. You know.
Brother George, nice to see you. How are you enjoying the week, mate?
It's good. It's pretty special being inside the ropes at St Andrews, where basically golf started. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Pretty cool to see where the old boy did some damage back in the day and created some history.
Yeah, it'd be nice to do it again, but
I wish they'd give my spot to him, let him play, and I will hire him a caddy.
Okay.
Because I can't walk and carry a bag. I can barely walk and carry this 250-pound man right now.
And does it give you a bit of inspiration for the future to try and get yourself here one day?
Oh yeah, I'd love to be here, or just anywhere on tour, PGA Tour, or European Tour playing. It's always a dream.
So how's the old boy hitting it?
He's in the good. Just gotta get him walking more. He's not used to walking.
Great shape for the shape I'm in, baby.
All right, well, let's line this up and we'll talk through what we're about to do. Can you still drive this green?
Probably not today. Never hit 3-wood on this green in 95.
3-wood on the screen in 95. Okay.
Not anymore. Probably driver. Just a baby.
Well, bags dropping.
I got you.
Great save. Not just a reporter. Fresh apples, you enjoying that?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, you stole me.
We did interrupt you mid-feed, which we can't do. What a stunning part of the course. John Daly playing with Billy Harmon. An enjoyable group today. Billy Harmon. The wind is coming from our camera to the ball, so this will be a fade, and it's gonna fade too much. This wind is tough. John Daly. The natural shot shape is a fade, which I think will help him here, holding it up against the wind. Oh, it looks fantastic. Needs some wind. Oh, could be in range of a bunker, but there he is, John Daly. Thank you very much for your time, kind sir. Enjoy the week.
Thank you, guys.
God, it comes around so quickly, doesn't it, Mark?
Yeah.
Christmas Day.
Yes, I knew where you were going. He really has turned into almost a caricature, hasn't he? Amazing character.
Yes. So the range beginning to thin out a little bit now. A few players been on and off that. Most of them will do a little bit of chipping and putting around over the back of that. Stay out of the breeze a little bit if they can. But there's plenty of stuff that everybody has to do here, and press conferences are one of them. All the players, they'll get a list. How long we got? Can just throw it anytime. And Justin Thomas, it's about time we heard from him.
Champion Justin Thomas to the interview room. Justin, your first time playing an Open at St Andrews. What are your first impressions?
It's incredible. I played here before. I played the Dunhill in 13, so although it doesn't feel like the same golf course as it obviously is in October, I think it was, but you know, this is one of those places. I think it's kind of like an Augusta National or a Pebble Beach or those handful of places. If you're a golf fan, when you go to the holes, you kind of know them before you get there, but how different and firm and fast this place can play. It's you know, it can be very, very different day to day, I'd say.
It's been a very successful year for you so far. Are you feeling in good shape about contending at St Andrews?
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I love links golf. I love this golf course. I'm excited for the week. I just think it's one of those weeks where I just kind of need to get lost in my own little world and really just try to execute each shot and each you know, each hole, each round for what they are, and see where it puts me, kind of thing.
Okay, we'll take some questions from the floor. If you raise your hand, we'll get the mic to you. Jeff?
Justin, what have you learned during the practice rounds that maybe has caused you to adjust your thinking or even your clubs? Just anything in particular that's maybe surprised you too?
I would say what's surprised me the most is these are definitely the most penal bunkers of any Open Championship I've played in. I mean, I think for the most part we all understand and know that the bunkers over here are a penalty, but these are the biggest penalty that I've seen of any bunkers. It just, I haven't really seen but maybe one or two that if you get in, it's not truly just a chip out or just hitting it, you know, sideways out in the fairway. And even some of the greenside ones, because of the banks on them are essentially like this glass of water where it just, if it's going at the right speed, it's just going to drop straight down. Versus, you know, in the States where it's like this, it'll kind of roll to the middle or at least roll a little bit away from the bank where you can get it out. And Bones explained it to me or showed me a couple I think it was maybe Sunday, and kind of showed what it can do. And I tried to hit it like 5 or 6 times, and I couldn't get it out. So to me, that's been a big learning experience, but also just how differently you can play this golf course in terms of clubs off the tees and just the bizarre and crazy different lines you can take depending on different wind conditions. So I just truly feel like it's going to be a see what the conditions give you when you're playing kind of thing, and just take that hole for what it is, versus I'm not just necessarily standing up and saying, okay, I'm going to hit a 2-iron off number 2 every single day. Might get help and say, okay, I'm going to send a driver up there, or might get a little wind switch and think it's a 4-iron, or you know what I mean. It's just, I think it's a place where at least me personally, I was surprised by the amount of ways you could play it.
So this is the 6th Open for Justin Thomas. Look down there. They're right in the background there. The jigger in. You jigger in and jigger out of there, Mark.
Yes, as you have done many times over the years,
I don't know
Richard.
about that, probably.
Do you know what a jigger was?
No, go on.
It was an old golf club with a hickory shaft, similar to a 4-iron loft. A jigger was a 4-iron.
Well, you learn a new thing every day. Henrik Stenson, the Ryder Cup captain, just clipping a few off the turf. Now, he's played in a fair few Opens. 16 he's played in so far. And he's a past champion. When was that? 2016 he won at Royal Troon. Do you remember watching that? Well, we were there working on it, but it was like there was 2 different leaderboards. There was Mickelson and Stenson on one leaderboard, and then there was the rest of the field in another tournament.
It was one of the great Sundays in history, certainly. Rivaled the duel in the sun, Watson and Nicklaus, 77 at Turnberry. That was another one. It was just head-to-head, you know, like 2 heavyweights throwing punches at each other, and eventually he was the last man standing. I think it was a 63 final day, wasn't it? I remember. It was certainly amazing. It was
yeah, it was low.
A Sunday to remember forever.
Just hitting a few 3/4 shots there for Stenson. What's he carrying that? 137 yards. So he'll just be sort of, I would admit, with his breeze into off the left, just possibly 3/4 swing with a little 9-iron maybe.
Just checking the numbers there.
Yeah.
Gareth Lordy's caddy. Very bright bag. Beautiful. It's got the old town of St Andrews emblazoned on the side panel there. Mike Walker, coach, alongside him, checking the numbers.
Plus his caddy, as you mentioned, his caddy, Gareth Lord. You know, his nickname's Lordy. He's a good player himself, you know. He used to work out in Germany, I think it was, out in Munich. You're looking at me like I don't know what I'm talking about, but that does happen occasionally.
No, I'm just letting you carry on. I was thinking when you say a good player, I was starting to think, what level was he?
He used to teach
aspiring?
out there.
So he was a professional. He was, so then a very good player.
Yeah.
As you said, that is really just a flick. Very soft. 147. Apex 88 feet, so just what we would call a big wedge for me and you, Richard, but it's just a half wedge for him.
Need a little bit of down gale for that, I think, to reach that with a wedge, I would have thought. But he's 46 years old now, Henrik Stenson. Been around a long time.
Doesn't look it, does he?
No.
He's like Peter Pan in a way. He never ages. Fit, strong. Look at him. He's, you know. He's looking great, isn't he?
He looks, yeah. He's a very good practical joker, you know. He likes to give you. I remember he got hold of Tim Barter once with a pen that had an electric shock on the end of it.
The best thing was he got Robert Lee with the same pen, and you know.
Oh, did he?
Any time you can catch Robert Lee out, that's wonderful.
Yeah, that is quite good fun if you can do that. So that's a look down there at the 11th green. Look from the tee back here. It can be a wicked little hole, this 11th.
It's a cracking little par 3.
Yeah.
I mean, the green is absolutely, well, it's almost evil in its contours, isn't it? You
Yeah.
can get a front play, very deep front bunker there. I mean, you don't want to go in there. I mean, it's right up against the face, hard to get out. Looking out towards the Eden estuary over the back, and if you go long of that green as well, coming back up the slope, you're probably 10 or 11 feet below the level of the green if you go long.
Easily.
Brilliant little par 3.
Yeah, there's only 2 of them on the course. 11th is one of them we're looking at now, and the other one is the 8th hole. Just the 2 par 5s, the 5th and the 14th. Let's see where this one goes. He's hit it, he sent it on its way. There it comes. Another one. Consistent anyway.
Yeah, 155 yards now. As I said to you, he was really just a three-quarter soft shot when he got the club out to start with. Now he's just putting a little bit more into it, and he's picked up 20 yards there already.
But I'd say he's pretty consistent, because that's purely the strength of the wind that's moving those across there like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I was out there on the 11th hole earlier on today and having a look at it, and the wind was howling off the left. And it was almost impossible to keep the ball on line. Oh, yeah. It was. You'd have to hit almost a strong hook into it to get it to hold.
And the other difficult thing about that, Mark, is you've got a big, huge stand up on the left-hand side there, and that will you don't feel it's strong, but remember when you used to hit it and it went out the end of the stand, and then this breeze got it. It came down the 7th, and you went. Sound effects as well. Do you like that?
I love your sound effects there. Excellent. We'll go back to that in a minute. He's always got that little sort of smirk, Stenson, hasn't he? Oh, hello. There's Mr. Bjorn as well coming in for a little chat.
Yes. Ryder Cup winning captain at Paris National. That was some 3 days, that was it, to be said for Thomas Bjorn.
Well, he's got him as a vice captain, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So, chatting away. I think they're probably discussing whether you and I might get a pick.
Well, they said, who do we think we should phone first? Is it Mark or is it Vauxhall? You know, which one should we go for first? I think Gareth Lord's probably saying I wouldn't go for any of them. I wonder whether he give it. Well, he's a vice captain, I know, Thomas Bjorn, but you're wondering whether he's waits for Henrik to ask him the questions, or he tells Henrik what's going on.
I tell you what, you don't argue with Thomas Bjorn, trust me.
No. You don't argue with Thomas. Mind you, you don't argue with Stenson. Nearly said Henson then.
Well, I'm joined by Keita Nakajima, the Asia Pacific Amateur Champion. Keita, this is your last major. You've had 3. How amazing has this year been for you?
Wow, this week is so amazing. I'm really happy to be here and very excited.
What do you think of the old course, St Andrews? What a beautiful place.
Yeah, so beautiful. I know so many golf fans, and course is beautiful.
How does it feel to be playing alongside people like John Rahm behind us here?
It's so amazing. I have great experience already the practice round, so I'm looking forward to start tournament.
how much or how important are all the 3 majors that you've played in before turning professional?
Yeah, I think just focus on play golf, and I feel little pressure, but so that's fun. It's very important.
Do you like links golf? Do you like playing here?
I love it, yeah. I like stinger shot and scrap shot, so I like this course.
Very nice. Well, we've enjoyed watching you, and we hope you've had fun at the Masters, the US Open, and now, of course, the Open Championship. So have a great week.
Thank you so much.
And we can't wait to watch.
Thank you. I will do my best.
That's my boy.
Thanks.
He must be having an absolute ball out there. Do you remember his namesake? Tommy Nakajima at that 7th at the Road Hole. Do you remember that, Mark, all those years ago?
I certainly do. JT just loosening up as well. Jim Bones Mackay alongside him.
He went out and did some on-course commentary, didn't he, Bones, for a while? Remember that?
Yes, he did. He was very good as well, wasn't he? Yeah, it's great to have caddies out there on the course, to be honest with you. You get a very different perspective. Obviously, great tactical knowledge the caddies have.
That turf is just so beautiful to hit off. Pros absolutely love it.
He's another player to watch, isn't he, for sure, this week. You know, he's got Bones Mackay on the bag there with all the experience of playing here at the old course. That will help, but he's got a great short game as well. He's a wonderful pitcher. One of the best pitchers in the game, if not the best. Thomas, you put him 120 and in, and he's just dynamite.
Leave that. I don't know why she's carrying that. Just in case somebody tries to.
Now, to see the flat carry on this one. 175. An apex of 116 feet, nearly 120 feet in height. They all pretty much give it, with these sort of clubs, the same sort of hang time, 6.5 seconds, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, that's but for him, that's 175. A little bit of wind off the left, maybe slightly helping off the left, is going to be a 9-iron. That's just a sort of bog standard 9-iron for him.
Now back to the 11th tee. Justin Thomas doesn't know he's there on the 11th tee. He's over the ball at the moment. What we're trying to do is show you where his shot that he's hit on the range now, where that would finish if he were playing this hole. But as he doesn't know he's on it, most of them are going to finish to the right. Let's have a look at where that one goes. Yeah, that's a long way right. Nearly in the Eden Estuary, that.
Just great posture. Look at all the lines there. The feet, the knees, the hips, the shoulders, all pointing in exactly the same direction.
But you know, secretly, I think he must have changed his club there, because that looked quite long there at the 11th. I think our producer didn't see that he sneaked across the bag, got another club out.
Well, the shaft is slightly longer. You're
Yeah.
correct, Richard. Yes, he definitely has changed the club. Yes, fooled them.
Major Championship. 6th at the Masters. Obviously won the PGA Championship. And the 37th in the US Open. I wonder what he'll do this week. So far, so good, you'd have to say.
He's fair whipping through the bag here, by the way.
He
He's
is.
only hit the 3 or 4. It's not going to be a long practice session. He's only hitting 3 or 4 balls with each club. Tell by the length of the shaft now he's down to 4-iron, maybe even 3-iron.
Yeah, quite a long iron hit. This is the turf again. It's so nice to hit these long iron. Well, you actually got a bit of ball flight there, turning it right to left and that left to right breeze.
You know, fascinating to watch though. We've seen him start with a 9-iron and go quickly through the bag. Yet the rhythm of the golf swing hasn't changed from the 9-iron to what he has now to the 3-iron.
No, and there's Bones on the bag there. Pink tee, crushed strawberry sort of t-shirt, I think that one is.
Again, look at the feet. Always look at a golfer's feet. Great golfers have great balance. You see when he's settling into the shot, you'll see his heels come up slightly. Watch a lot of amateur golfers at home when they're settling. You see the toes peel up, which means they're putting the weight back in the heels. And yet you'll see here all these players, they're coming in the front of the feet. See, look how he's settling into the front of his feet. See how the heels come up. Look how the heels keep coming up there. And he's just getting his balance there. Doesn't matter what happens with technology throughout the years, it will always be a game of balance. You have to have great balance in golf.
You're handing out all these tips, Mark. Are these all FOC?
It's just great to watch these players, isn't it? It's great to have the opportunity to watch them work through the bag as well. And you really do see that. A lot of amateurs, you know, they'll hit the wedges and they'll hit the sandwiches, and then they'll get the 5-iron, the 4-iron out, and then they start to increase the speed, lose the balance, get more wild as they get to the drive. You watch these great players, you wouldn't believe. This is a long iron shot. Just look how connected that is. Look how good the body rotation is. Said for many years, pound for pound, he's one of the longest hitters in the game, because he's not a big chap, is he?
No, you know what? That's about a 2-iron he's hitting there. I think a lot of these hybrid clubs will be taking out the bag this week, you know, because they're going to want stuff to drive, aren't they? Drive it, get it running.
He's such a great closer out as well, isn't he? When he gets a sniff of winning, he knows how to get the job done. Well, there you go, flat carry 214, ball speed at 150. A look at the apex, he is knocking these down. This is 33 feet apex. These are knockdown shots, these are win shots, they're controlled shots.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to hit the low one there. Just draw it into that left to right breeze. And let's have a look at the... this is at the first, if Thomas was on the first. The Swarken burn down there. You can't see that from the tee. See the Swarken Bridge over there on the left. Huge fairway. It's so wide, it's always narrow. I always thought this.
It's a crazy tee shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because as you say, it's like just a huge open field, isn't it? When you stand on the tee, but you do have to pick a point and focus on a point, because you can get lazy on that first tee and scare yourself a little bit, go a little bit too far left or right. There have been players have hit it out of bounds over the years, but it's quite a shock to do that. But just pick something in the distance, a bridge or something to focus on. Point on the hotel.
You see I always thought it was the left-hand flag I tried to aim at. The left, there's some flags when we see it in real life. Some flags on the left. The left-hand flag on the side of that clubhouse was about your line, I always thought.
So he's worked right through the bag very swiftly, and he's got the driver now, so...
Well, it's on it. Oh, that's a fairly straight one there. Let's see whether... Maybe a 3-wood we're hearing.
Oof. Well, 302, 303, 306. Keep going, keep going. Look at that. Oh, 310. Yeah, that's a 3-wood. That's a 3-wood. Yeah, 278 carries about spot on. Yeah, there you go.
A 3-wood. Might not even be a 3-wood, is it?
Yes, 3-wood, yeah.
So not off a tee, just hitting it off the deck here with this 3-wood. Beautifully struck.
You know, when you're hitting a wedge, you average for a tour pro be about 5 degrees down.
Yeah.
Once you get to the 3-wood, you're back to just a couple of degrees down. That's all. It's shallowing out. So 312 total.
Did you move the ball position in your feet quite a lot when you were playing?
Yeah, that's the one thing I did. I tried not to change my swing, but just use the ball position to change the flight. That was always the way I was taught to do it. Again, I marvel at, I love the rhythm of his golf swing. I love his balance and his posture. Look at that. It's almost like he was just hitting the 5-iron.
Yes, a joy to watch, isn't it, that sort of stuff?
You know, St Andrews itself is such an amazing place. The town, it's just everything about it. I feel very fortunate that was my first one, and we play a lot of big tournaments in the world, but the open venues that we go to are all really special. But for me, the best tournament and the most special tournament in the world is the Open in St Andrews.
On the tee from the Republic of Ireland, Shane Lowry.
When you get announced in that first tee in St Andrews, no matter whether it's the Dunhill, whether it's the practice round, you know, it's just special. And it's probably one of the only courses in the world where I go to where I actually really enjoy playing my practice rounds. I can only imagine what the RNA have planned for the 150th Open in St Andrews. It's going to be really special, but the fact it's going to be the 150th, I'm sure it's going to be pretty cool. And winning the Open, I'll be forever grateful that I got to achieve something like that. That's the only way I can describe it, like the fact that my name's on that trophy, and when you look at it, it'll never be taken away, so that's pretty cool.
Well, I am up and about in the stands, and I'm going to tell you that I feel a little bit like a game show host coming down. Like, The Price is Right. I can't remember, or is it Ellen? Is it Ellen who dances down the stairs? Either way, it's a bit of fun, but we thought we'd get in and amongst the fans. And I'm just, you know, they've got the smiles on. They know the mic's coming towards them. What's your names?
Lake and Campbell.
Kyle.
Kyle. All right, so what I want to know is, you've brought your own camera out.
Yes.
Who do you have on the camera so far?
I got Tiger yesterday so far. Yeah, that wasn't really neat. This is my first golf thing ever. So, yeah, away.
And you've picked the 150th Open at St Andrews.
I know, pretty ironic, I know.
Oh, I love that. So do you both play the game?
I don't, he does.
I do.
Okay, what do you play off?
Huh?
What do you play off? What's your handicap?
About 4 or 5 right now, but I've not got to play too much this year.
Okay,
so.
fair enough.
I've been over here 2 weeks, so I'm not got to play any, so a little rusty.
Are you going to play anywhere in the area? Is that the goal?
Unfortunately, I got to go back to the real life tomorrow.
The real life?
Yeah,
What is the real life? I'm curious. Where are you both from?
Kentucky.
Kentucky. So you wouldn't be like a Justin Thomas fan?
Well, we got to root for the hometown guy. So.
Fair enough. And who have you been out following today? Have you been out and about, or are you kind of just staking the range?
We made our way around all 18. We followed Ian Poulter quite a bit. He's sort of commentating to the crowd a lot, so he's fun to follow. And then,
yeah, he was fun to watch.
Then we ran across Dustin Johnson here quite a bit. But it's been just quite the time, 150th at the home of golf.
It's pretty cool, isn't it? Isn't it? Now, sitting here, what I want to know is, what have you learnt while you're sitting here? Have you seen any weird practice routines or any swings that stand out to you?
I mean, Dustin Johnson's, I mean, he's hitting his driver well over 300 every time, but, you know, the way he bows his wrist. But I feel like from yesterday to today, everyone's getting a little more serious. It's getting closer to the actual time, so.
That's it. We're trying not to do that this week. We're trying to keep having some fun. I'm going to keep moving down. So Kentucky, well represented here at the Open. Love that. Good to meet you both. I'm going to slowly snake my way down and over here. If that's all right. Hi, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
You good? Where are you from?
Near Bath in England.
Near Bath?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. And do you play golf as well?
Yes.
Yeah. What's your names?
My name's Ava.
Ava. And?
Jason.
And Jason. Ava and Jason from Bath.
Yeah.
How long have you been playing golf for?
I think from when I was 4.
4. And how old are you now?
10.
10.
Yeah.
Awesome. What got you into the game?
Well, because I like whacking the ball.
Fair enough. Is driver your favourite club then?
Yes.
And what's the goal? Do you want to play on tour someday, or you want to just have a life in golf and enjoy this brilliant game we play?
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of both?
Yeah.
Cool. What year are you in school?
Year 5.
Year 5. How cool is this? So, you know, I actually remember I played on tour as well, and I remember coming out to tournaments, and this is where I caught the bug as well.
Cool.
Yeah, good fun. I love this. God, how cool is this? This is what it's all about, I think. So I'm going to be scouting around a little bit more, but for now I'll throw it back to you.
So fantastic to hear from some of the young fans. And that is a really great spot right behind the driving range. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens during the day. Pretty big left to right wind. I'm in with Anthony Wall. Left to right winds were always tough. But anyway, so we're going to hear from a former Open champion who was speaking to the media, and that was Jordan Spieth.
Yeah, this is
this is unlike any other tournament, really, the Open at St. Andrews, and it certainly hasn't disappointed being on the grounds this week. The course is incredibly firm. The greens are flawless, and the setting as you come in these closing holes is even more grand than it was 7 years ago. So very exciting. I think if you're not getting amped up to play in this Open, I'm not sure, not sure this is the right sport for you. It's extremely exciting, and I'm looking forward to getting out there. I guess I'm off at 3 o'clock-ish on the first round, so get to see a bit on how the course is really going to be playing to start, which may be a good thing, and then go out and brave the wind.
And it was a nice way to start the week with the celebration of champions yesterday. What was that experience like?
Yeah, I remember playing a practice round while it was going on 7 years ago and thinking, man, that'd be really cool to be in the next one. And it was. We got carried by Juan. He has one leg and shot one under on the 4 holes. Just absolutely striped it around him, which was incredible. And we had a good time. I'm looking forward to tonight too. This is, I think, only at St. Andrews does a Champions Dinner happen. So I'm very much looking forward to tonight and catching up with and sharing stories with a lot of, past Open champions.
Questions from floor, starting with Dan.
I don't know if you ever rewatched highlights, but how much do you remember about your run in 2015 here? And how do you see the course playing this week compared to that week?
I really don't remember but a few shots here or there. Obviously, the closing stretch Sunday, I remember. But I remember starting out, I birdied number 1, I remember on Sunday, and then, I remember 16 in, but I didn't even remember 13, 14, 15. I didn't even remember the holes until I got back on property, which is a bit odd. But I think it's going to play significantly different this year because I think we only had one day where it was maybe calm in this wind direction. The other 3 were blowing hard the other way. So it's a totally different golf course. We had driver the entire back 9. You're hitting mid-irons into greens. And now I hit a hold 4-iron on 16 that almost reached the bunker at 3 whatever, holding the wind. So it's playing totally different as far as each hole specifically. But I think score-wise, if we get any kind of wind similar to this, I can't imagine it'll get to 14, 15 under. A lot of these holes, it's just going to be really hard to hold fairways. And then from there, if you're not playing out of the short stuff, where they put the pins, the best you can do is 30, 40 feet. So I think speed control and the wind becomes more important this week than any tournament I can remember preparing for and thinking that.
Fascinating to hear from Jordan Spieth and what his thoughts are. What's the challenge going to be? How about that for a graphic, Anthony Wall? There you go. All the drivers been hit today.
Well, it's fascinating to see all the different ball flights. Obviously the wind is off the left on the range. It's pretty much going to be like that all week. So that's the challenge for the players, that when they're coming down off the right, coming home on the back 9, they've got to deal with the fact that they've been dealing with left to right all the way out. So it's quite difficult.
It's been interesting to see, Tiger was out earlier this morning. He did lots of drives that were, working into the wind, draw balls, that's not his normal shot. It's not going to be power alone, I feel, that wins this week.
No, as you see by the stats on the right there, we've got Dustin Johnson, Bryson DeChambeau, Rory McIlroy, Ryan Fox also, the usual suspects that are hitting it miles. But I think at the end of the day, this is just them getting ready to go out and play. But what they'll find is when they're out there, it's all about controlling your ball flight, and all of a sudden you're going to have to hit into the breeze, not let it go on the wind quite so much.
Yeah, certainly the first 6 holes with a strong left-to-right wind, we're sort of thinking that that's going to be, left is safe, but not that great, and going right's a danger.
Yeah, I've never agreed with left is safe purely because you can't get anywhere near the pins. I played here in 15. I had a really good week. I loved every minute of it, and it was because I was drawing the ball and I was able to control my flight against that left to right wind, which kept me down the right, which allowed me to get to those left pins.
Yeah, I think that is interesting. You can definitely shoot par or maybe a couple under going left, but you can't shoot the winning score. You'll never be a winner if that's your strategy.
No, you don't compete with the world's best unless you can play it both ways around the old course.
So, first look on the driving range. Open champion from Italy, Francesco Molinari, with our old pal Dennis Pugh beside him.
Just so metronomic. It's poetry in motion, and it's a mystery why he's sort of disappeared the last couple of years. I mean, it's amazing, but that's the wonders of golf. We never quite know what's going inside a player, but as a golf swing, there's not much better.
No, I think that's right. It's hard to keep a form. I don't know if maybe, you know, Nick Faldo had longevity. Tiger Woods reinvented the word longevity, but since then, Jon Rahm peaked, kind of troughed. Who else? We've got Scotty Scheffler, just really fast up, and you know, so it is hard to keep up sort of super high standards for a long time.
It's one of those unknowns. We'll never know. But you know, someone like a Dennis Pugh, you know Dennis well. I had junior golf with Dennis involved with me and stuff. He's forgotten more than most people know, and he'll know Molinari better than anyone, almost as much as his brother. You know, let's be honest. You know, and he'll know how he ticks. But it is hard. It is really hard to find the form. And I don't believe when you come to a major, unless you've got it when you come, I don't think you'll find it. The conditions and the pressure are too extreme.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of different shots. So pretty in-depth kind of chat. You know, Molinari, is he just feel like he's a little inside it and getting stuck under? So he's obviously got a couple of shafts down there. That must be planes. So maybe he feels as though he's getting it inside and then getting stuck outside. So he's having to do something to square up the face.
His body always works so well. I think that's the thing, and that's always the thing I felt was the first thing that would be the body movement under pressure. And if you're feeling a little bit tight, which clearly his confidence isn't as much as there as it should be, maybe the body isn't quite leading as much as it should do.
I just had a feeling it was just that. Yeah, you can see that club face a little bit more aimed at the ball. Just that one shot at the Masters. You know, was the 12th hole?
Do you think it's 12, or do you think it's the fat of the wedge at 15? I think it's the fat of the wedge at 15.
That was
for me.
He was still right in it then.
Absolutely.
It was 100% still in it. I'll give you that. But I just think it was like there were no chinks in the armour, and then suddenly it was an unforced error, and he was metronomic. He was all in the angles. He was all in the numbers. Interesting to see if they just look in maybe a little bit of how that club's going through the ground. Maybe not quite flat on the ground. Is he catching a few funny hits? It is a different turf. If you come from America, it's a different turf.
It's the best turf in the world, I think, links golf. It shows up guys that struggle with their striking or their pitching into the greens. They start having to change their weight distribution because they're worried about the thin or the fat. But one thing Molinari will always have, Frankie, is the discipline to work hard, and he will find it. He swings it as good as anyone, and he still does. It will appear, and it will probably be a win somewhere.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think he was another guy with a really good golfing brain. He created a powerful enough steady game, and then it was just a case of, you know, could he put it all together? And he found a formula to really put it all together. So we'll leave Molinari just take a short break.
It's the greatest walk in golf. I mean, it's just the best feeling.
The people were just unbelievable.
You had to walk your way through 50, 60 people deep. That was an incredible experience.
That is a very cool scene to be right in the middle of.
I mean, I had to keep my composure to play golf. They'd already awarded me the championship, but I still had to play.
It's like the old medieval days in the Gladiator, baby. I've just defeated the guy. I've killed all the lions and everything, and I'm going to go eat now.
For me, it's the most special walk of all the championships I've played.
How many guys do you see walking down there and they all take their hats off to acknowledge the crowd? It doesn't really happen everywhere else. It happens there.
Delighted to be joined by Rich Beam here on the range. Rich, how many days have you been here now? We're Tuesday, aren't we? It's definitely Tuesday.
It's definitely one.
Okay.
I've been in Scotland
yeah.
for 8 days now, but just pulled into town in St Andrews late Sunday night after the Scottish Open, so almost 2 full days.
Great stuff. And what is it like for you coming here at the Old Course, St Andrews, for this 150th?
You know, I think it's probably like every other golf fan, golf geek in the world. You just come here and you love the town. I think the thing I love about it most, waking up, my flat, and then just kind of walking through town at the beginning of the day, and making your way down to the Old Course, and just kind of, window shopping a little bit, but just kind of, you could still feel the excitement in the air. You see everybody's in a good mood, heading all them down into to the edge of town to this golf course, and to me, it's the best scene in golf. I know that the Masters has its own little things about it that I love this. I love this tournament in this town more than any other tournament in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it is so extra special, isn't it? Yeah. We've got the fans who are coming in their droves, 290,000 expected over the next few days. I mean, we just heard from Jordan Spieth in his press conference saying if you don't get excited when you're walking down 18 when you're playing this golf course, then you're definitely in the wrong sport, aren't you?
Yes, you are.
Definitely.
Yes, you are.
He's, I personally, at the start of the week, I'm going Jordan Spieth. I know I'm going early doors, but, he's a previous winner. He's got such great feel. How impressed were you at the Scottish Open? I know he fell off towards the end, but what did you see from him?
Yeah, and I think the reason he kind of fell off towards the end is that I think he got a little frustrated with his game. I think that, things weren't quite going very well and trying to maybe pick off a couple of shots that he normally wouldn't, but did hit a poor shot there on the 14th. But, yeah, he's in good shape. I like the fact that he's the putter is looking a little bit better. I think I mentioned it last week on air that to me on the short putts, well, it's all the putts, but the short putts especially because he gets his left shoulder just a little bit too low, he kind of hits down into the ball, and I think that just kind of makes it come off squirrely every once in a while. I like to see his shoulders just a little bit more level to even get that left shoulder up just a shade more. Okay. I just think that he's too far down on that left-hand side and kind of hits down into the ball, but I think that his game right now, his ball striking is fantastic. His wedge game is amazing, which I think it's an absolute must here at St Andrews. I like Tyrrell Hatton.
Right. Okay.
I just like because of his record here
in
the Dunhill Links, and I just think that he drives the golf ball really well. He doesn't give himself enough credit for his putting, but he's a wonderful ball striker, and with the breezes that are supposed to be up, I think that. Because he hits the golf ball in the center of the club every single time, that's going to be a massive advantage. But I just think that the fact that he's won around here, maybe not in the Open, but he's won at St Andrews, I think that gives him a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, okay, watch out for Tyrrell Hatton. That's Rich's tip at the start of the week. We saw a lot of Rory earlier on, and Shane Lowry as well, the Irish contingency. I spoke to Paul McGinley as well. He was saying in terms of putting, you may go for a slightly heavier putter in the windy conditions. And what about wedges around the greens? We saw Shane Lowry clipping a few earlier and trying out a few different wedges. You see possibly players changing their clubs.
Yeah, just because the turf is so it's so tight and so firm, they basically want to have as little bounce on there as they can possibly get. And so because what happens is you have the more bounce you have, like in a 60-degree wedge, 10 degrees of bounce might be the normal. This week they're probably going about 7 degrees, so it can just sit a little bit flatter on the ground, and they can open it up and it'll still sit flat on the ground because you really don't want that bounce, which is the back edge of the wedge, hitting first, and then because that'll cause you to hit the ground first, which then that goes flying into the golf ball, and that's when you scull it or you hit it too far. So it's just one of those small changes. I know Colin Morikawa went to a 7-degree bounce this week, something that he hadn't really used before, but felt like on this turf, after last week at the Scottish Open, he goes, you know what, I just had too much bounce on my 60-degree wedge. But for, the weight on the putters, yeah, absolutely, because it does get so windy around here, you need to have, something stable in your hands. And so it wouldn't surprise me at all to see players going with a little extra lead tape on their putter, changing the changeable weights, making their putters just a little bit heavier. I think that's kind of common. You know, just the small changes, but that's what Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for at the Open to
Absolutely.
do. It's for tinkering,
which is
tweaking.
What Padraig Harrington's been doing a lot of, especially
every day.
Every day, isn't he? I love chatting to him. He always comes out with something new, some other little nugget of information.
Oh, yeah.
Seamus Power I spoke to, which I found really fascinating that he won the Barracuda Championship the same day as Colin Morikawa lifted the Claret Jug last year, and he's here and he's just revelling in every moment. But he said, you know, he doesn't want to do too much practice in this wind because it could be slightly discombobulating. There's a long word, Rich.
I love that word,
yeah.
Discombobulating. Yeah, it's
you've got to pace yourself, haven't you? Some of the players are doing 6 holes, some are doing 9.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily going out there and doing 18 or 36 in a day.
It's not, but I think that the first timers here, yeah, they've got to get out there and they got to spend some quality time on the golf course to figure out on and around the greens. I mean, that's massive, and especially the driving lines as well. I mean, there's so much to soak in about this golf course and learn, and you can't just do it in 3 days. So you have to kind of take it in increments and don't go overwhelm yourself, because if you try and do everything in 18 holes, it's going to take you about 10 hours to play.
Yes.
So, yeah, but coming out here and beating golf balls all day long is probably not the best. But again, each and every player's got their own different way of doing it and thinking about how they want to prepare for the week.
Yeah, and as one player I spoke to earlier on, the amateur champion, Aldrich Pogita, who's here with his parents, and he was going out this morning with Louis Oosthuizen, so he's trying to soak up as much information as possible and get as much knowledge from the 2010 champion. Okay, Rich, we're here for the next hour and a half, and I'm going to borrow your sunscreen, but for now, let's get back to the box.
Okay, we've made it to the far corner of the course. We're on the 9th tee and we've got a great group here. Big John Rahm, Padraig Harrington and Phil Mickelson are all playing together, which I'm sure will be a lot of fun. But what we've noticed out here as well is this absolutely massive zip line. We'll get to that in a minute, but here are the fellas. Padraig passing on his experience. Hey Paddy, good to see him again. Look at this entourage. It seems like half a community's here. Busy. This is a busy group of golfers. The 9th hole is a drivable par 4, so a lot of these players are having to wait on the tee. But as they drift off into the distance, let's go look at this. It's the size of a small car. The TopTracer zip line. Now, I was trying to work it out before. I was trying to measure my yardages of how long this zip line actually is. So this par 3, the 8th, is 187 yards, and then you come to the 9th, and that is 352. So by my calculations, that is 539 yards, and the zip line has a bit of extra interest on the end. So let's say that's a 600-yard zip line. Look at the size of the thing. I'm not sure you can hear it, but it sounds like a little hovercraft. So this will be ball following throughout the week. And the way they do that is with I think they have like a black and white system where all the lenses are black, so the white ball just pops up and is easy enough to see. But I get very nervous talking about the technical side of things when all my colleagues are very clued up on that, so I won't go too deep into that. And as you can see, there's a massive gallery following this fun group. So it's a fun part of the course, and I can guarantee the coverage is going to be great from out here. And we certainly look forward to seeing it Thursday through Sunday.
Yeah, it's fascinating to get some glimpses from out on the golf course and some technologies to give some new pictures, new information. Anthony, I think that adds to the viewing sort of knowledge from sort of sitting at home.
Absolutely. I think it's so important, the viewers at home, and even if you're walking around, you start to see the ball flight in a more detailed way. And the one thing I notice is how much a ball flight moves. People don't realise at home how much the ball moves in the air.
So, a man, Victor Hovland, a European star. Haven't sort of seen him really perform yet at the Open. It'd be interesting. How do you think his game matches up to an Open Championship at St Andrews? Has he got the right sort of skills for this?
Well, I think the one I was on course with him earlier in the year in Abu Dhabi, and the one area I think he still is struggling, he's getting better, is obviously his short game. We all know there's an issue there a little bit with seeing the right shot and playing it, but this week he can chip and run them and putt the eyes off it. And that's a huge bonus for someone who's so talented, and he's as good as it gets tee to green.
Yeah, I think that's right. It'd be interesting to see, do the skills that you learn in the US in the college system and on the PGA Tour, do they get you round an Open at St Andrews? You're sort of coached to hit every number, like the 8-iron, it only goes this distance. I only hit it like this. I've only got a 5th gear and a 6th gear, and I don't have it where, wow, I've got to take 10 miles an hour of club speed off. Is that a part that gets lost a bit on the PGA Tour?
I think so, a little bit. And you watch him hitting balls here. He's not just hitting golf balls. He's trying to learn how much the breeze is going to move the ball, because every week is different. I always found the air quite heavy here, and the numbers were different. There was no question. You're seeing there the 12-degree launch, and you're seeing the apex at 78, which is pretty low. Ball's moving in the air, not as much. He's thinking, well, okay, maybe off the left to right breeze, I can hold it more than I thought, being that I do like to manoeuvre it that way anyway. He might find that his shape is calmed down this week.
Yeah, it's interesting, sort of sees himself as a fader, kind of plays off a shut face, lots of hip rotation.
It's definitely a young man's sort of move.
Yeah, strong leg action through the ball. So there you can see again, 66 feet of apex. That would be a lot lower than normal.
I would wake up, would watch the Open, and then you'd watch these guys, and then I would literally run to the range and try to imitate everybody. So I was trying to swing it like Adam Scott, swing it like Tiger. I think the first time I ever played the Open, it was at Murfield, and I think I made an 8 on the first hole. I've always loved it. I've loved coming over here. It's just so much fun. It's because it's different. I never realized it till I played. You come over here and how actually appreciative the fans are of a good shot. St Andrews, I'll start with the golf course first. My favorite golf course in the world. I can play that every day and not get tired of it. My favorite place in the entire world. The town is just so much fun. I guess the history and the atmosphere that while you're playing that golf course that you feel, you also feel in the town too. I mean, it's always exciting to play St Andrews, but to have the 150th there, I think is really neat. It shows just how special that place is. As a player, it's, I think, the best place in the world to play. It's the home of golf.
Yeah, we're back down here on the range, and behind us is Sahith Theegala, who got into the Open Championship, Rich, because Daniel Berger pulled out. So what an opportunity for him this week.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is an unbelievable opportunity to come over here to play in the Open Championship at St Andrews. I mean, I'm sure once, you always hate when somebody has to pull out, but you're not that bummed out.
No, it's amazing. What a great opportunity. We're going to avoid the bin here as well, so don't fall over. Okay. You can just hear how windy it is. We're going to interrupt Sahith's practice here. Hey, can we say hi really quickly? Good to see you. Hey, buddy. Yeah, really good,
How's
really
it
good.
Going?
You
good
know,
to
Rich,
see you,
don't
as
you?
always.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll come round here. Yeah, go, Rich,
good.
go.
We're good. First time over here, correct?
First time over here, yes.
What are you thinking? This is weird. Not in Kansas anymore, Dorothy.
I mean, I don't even know what to think. Like, I came out here Sunday, and me and Carl just walked 18, and we're just like, we just took a moment to reflect, like, what are we doing here? And then we're just like, all right, we gotta soak every moment in. But it's just like what Tiger said, it feels like we're on hallowed grounds, and it's like you get this just vibe in your bones that you almost can't describe, right? Like, I'd say I'm a golf nerd, and just like being at the home of golf, I mean, it's really special, especially for this to be my first one too.
No doubt, no doubt.
Absolutely. And here on the range, well, I've been here all morning and watching people tinkering and trying to figure this wind out. What exactly are you doing right now?
Yeah, not much. Honestly, obviously this wind is really similar to like the first 7 holes out there. And I'm a cutter of the ball, so it was really hard for me to start it as far left as possible. Back nine is great because I just swing and my ball goes straight because I'm cutting it 15 yards into the wind. But the front nine, I'm aiming like 60 yards left. So I'm like, okay, what's the best way to kind of figure it out? But I think we're getting it dialed in. Yeah. But no, all the same clubs. Like, no tinkering or anything.
Don't worry about it. The wind's going to change completely by Thursday. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Yeah.
No.
What so far from what you've seen initially, what do you think is going to be the thing that you have to pay attention to most in order to be successful around the links?
Yeah, I think it's just putting in the right prep work. Like there's so many different lines and you can get so creative with everything, but you just got to be 100% on everything. Me and Carl talked about like the last thing you want to do is like hit a shot and then get to the ball and be like, oh, I had no idea this was there. I had no idea this bunker was there, of course, or anything like that. So as long as they're kind of committed to that process and kind of let some creativity take over on some shots, that's kind of the goal.
Yeah, that's what you need around this links. I can promise you that.
Oh yeah,
that's
totally.
what Sevy won. Tiger and the greats, the great thinkers, the players that weren't afraid to try shots and hit the shots that were required. And I think that's the cool thing about links golf.
For sure, and I feel like this course, obviously the history and all of it maybe embellishes it a little more for me, but I still think it's an incredible design in that it's very gettable if you hit it in the right spots. But you hit one or two bad shots and you can make a double, triple, quad so easily. So it's like, it's just a great test.
Yeah.
And obviously, as everyone said, like whoever wins this is going to be super deserving.
So when did you arrive here?
I got here Sunday around noon.
Okay. And did you play Sunday, Monday?
No. So I was just getting over the jet lag, trying to pass some time, not sleep during the middle of the day. So I came out here and just walked 18, and that honestly took 4 hours. And I actually got decent sleep the last couple nights, all things considering, but I played about 14 holes yesterday and I played 12 holes today.
Yeah. What was your impression as you first walked on to this links?
I mean, like I said, like just such a special vibe. It's almost like a feeling I can't describe, but like...
Is it like a dream?
It is a bit like a dream, but like, it's just like you get this feeling in your bones and you're like, am I really here kind of thing. So like, once I've gotten over that a little bit, like it's still gonna feel that way the rest of the week, but I guess once it gets down to it, it's just golf. And
also, it'd be great to chat to some of the other guys who've been here many times to get, some nuggets of information about how to play this course.
Yeah, obviously the common one is you can miss it as far left as you want out here, and luckily Carl, my caddy's he was here in the 2015 Open, so he's helped me out a lot, and a couple guys have talked to me about a few holes and stuff like that. But I mean, it's pretty interesting that guys that even played here 4, 5, 6 times in Opens are like, they're still finding new ways to play holes and like.
That's it, isn't it, Rich? There's so many different ways to play them.
New lines off the tee too, because the wind's always different. It's like, okay, you've played here 25 times, great. You still need to make sure you get your line right on Tuesday before the tournament.
Absolutely.
How are the dorms?
They're good. They're a little small, but honestly,
student accommodation. Yeah.
Feel like college again, a little bit.
Yeah, no AC too. It feels just like Pepperdine.
Yeah.
It was probably the warmest day in Scotland's history 2 days ago.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Summer was on Monday.
Yeah. That was it. So I have to say, I'm staying in student accommodation as well, and it's great. It's honestly, taking me back like 20 years, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's really. It's 15-minute, not even a 15-minute walk.
No.
Like, just hop out, a little nice warm up in the morning. Walked out at 6:30, and the town was already bumping, all kinds of people around, and. That's really cool.
Oh, good. Listen, enjoy every single second of it. We've loved chatting to you. Thanks so much.
Best of luck
Great
this
stuff.
week.
Lovely
Best
to meet you. Great stuff. Okay.
Enjoy it.
Over to you, George.
We're joined by Minwoo Lee of Australia in one of the busiest corners of the course. And Minwoo, you nearly just got taken out on that last hole. What happened there?
Oh, I was looking at my tee box and then someone from 11 decided to hit it 50 yards right. But, I mean, it is windy, so I felt it hit my shirt, so it was lucky it hit only the shirt.
Easy to get lost around here. Now we're taking on the par 3 8th. Let's get right in here, Min. Let's get right in here and let's talk.
Let's just get the yardage.
Yeah, let's talk some business. What are we thinking here, guys?
148 front plus 24 is 172.
172.
The wind is...
Yeah, how do you control this wind?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Pretty much just across, so... 172 landed. 165. Maybe like 160. No, that wind's strong. That's going about 50 left, so I can see why the guys on 11 nearly hit us.
We've seen a bunch of people go long and left on this hole, so it runs out like a...
So what did I say, 164?
I thought it was 174.
Yeah, that's where do I want to land it though? So about 10 short, right?
Okay. Yep. So for everyone at home, all your yardages are done where you want to land it, not necessarily where you want it to end up, or?
Yeah, you want all the information, but I mean, right now we're talking about trying to land it and then see what the wind will do to. So 164 is where I want to land it, and what is it playing? It's probably playing about 170 with a low ball flight.
Billy Horschel in the group. Anthony Quayle has just hit one as well, fellow Australian. Billy Horschel, he's been in good form. Oh, very low. Sit down. It's over. So Minwoo Lee's pulled a 6 iron from the bag as we make our way behind them. Played in the Open last year at Royal St George's for the first time after winning the Scottish Open. Oh, he loves the low ball flight. Great shot. Great shot. Roll up. Roll up. Yes, boy. One for the cameras.
Exactly.
Just finally, before you go, Minwoo, how much are you enjoying this occasion? What a grand championship this is.
Yeah, I know, it's amazing. I've played here a few times, but obviously it doesn't beat it when it's the Open. It's my second Open, so I'm really excited to play. I played it in a complete different fashion at the Dunhill Links last year, so I mean, it's way firmer than it usually is, well, what I've been playing it, and the wind's completely opposite, so it does make sense how it's very smart how they put every bunker in particular spaces, so I think it's going to be a true test.
All right, well, Minwoo, we look forward to watching you, buddy. Enjoy the occasion.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
See ya.
Cheers, bro.
Yeah, fascinating to see some of the shots. You know, those are shots those guys would never hit in any other place.
No, absolutely.
So, someone on the driving range. Masters champion.
That's green jacket. He always has that little football there, little mini football, just working on the rotation of his forearms. Richard Bland's another one. He's had that for years.
Yeah, just a little.
Marcel Seam, another one.
Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? You know, for the amateur golfers, do professionals work on drills right before big tournaments? Yes, they do. They work on them every day.
It's a hard game.
Yeah, it is a hard game. Danny Willett, man, he just finished off that Masters Championship so well. The chip on 17 sticks out.
Well, we talk about form, you know, we talk about the Molinaris and most of all Frankie. You know, you look at Danny Willett, he's another one. When he appears on the leaderboard, he often wins, and it's a big one he wins. He's won at Wentworth, he's won at the Augusta, and Frankie Molinari's the same. And there's something built in them that when they find their game, they have the confidence to go ahead and win. And maybe it is the discipline he has to stick to his goals and stick to the same sort of drills that he does all the time. You know, maybe under pressure, that's what's required.
Yeah, Mike Walker with him there. Matt Fitzpatrick's coach. So Sheffield powerhouse. They've done so well, all those guys. Yeah, it is interesting. I think, you know, different players have different skills. Sometimes your skill is the mental side and you don't have the technical side, and then vice versa. You know, mentally strong player always fighting a little bit his form.
Yeah, I think his self-belief is his one of probably his 15th club. You know, Graham McDowell back in the day was another one. When he was on form, he won. Ian Poulter, prime example. And these guys, they know how to get it done. And yes, it's down to self-belief and sort of showing up when it matters, but maybe it starts on the practice ground.
Yeah, and what about tempo and rhythm? You know, we see, well, I mean, you see hitters, Hovland, hitter, Dustin Johnson, hitter, Brooks Koepka, steep and hitter, a little bit more of a swinger. Is that better if you want to be a wind specialist?
Yeah, he's an interesting one. I've played with him a number of times over the years, and he's a quick walker, he's a quick talker, he's a quick thinker, he plays golf quickly. So he doesn't. I think it's harder for him to get out of his comfort zone because he does everything the same. And I think sometimes golfers, if it's not natural to them to do it a certain way, then I think it's easier for them to lose the thread of what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, and I think maybe tempo in the wind is tempo the first thing to go? Does tempo go in a left to right wind quicker than technique?
Yeah, I think it does. I think it's club face control. You lose that quite quickly because you get quite disorientated in the wind, and I think that's exactly what it is.
So let's have a look at some of Danny's numbers on TopTracer technology, just adding another little flavour. Not sure he particularly liked that, but you could see what he was trying to do. 44 apex. So let's suppose a normal iron shot for a tour player be right around 90 feet of apex. So you could see he was trying to hit that really low, try to keep the curve number down.
It is interesting. Everyone we've seen seems to be wanting to move it left to right onto the breeze. You know, I was on the range earlier watching Bryson DeChambeau. All his stuff was going right to left. He's holding it against the breeze. And it's interesting how players see it differently on the range. Some, you know, obviously the clouds dictate it's going left to right. So, but it's interesting to see how they prepare differently on Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah, and you know, St Andrews is probably. I mean, if you're gonna win, you're gonna have to be a shot shaper. You won't be able to go out there as a one-dimensional fader of a golf ball because your shots aren't going to fit into the golf course. So like a John Rahm who does sort of if it's a fade he hits a fade, if it's a draw he hits a draw. Morikawa more one-dimensional. It is going to be interesting to see who survives the test.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you look at something like St George's. I mean, that's a tough, really tough golf course. A lot of blind shots. This is more open. But I do honestly believe the wind plays a bigger part here because they will tuck the pins away. You know, they will put the pin at the first just over the burn twice at least. It was there in 15, just over the burn. So unless you know your numbers and you're able to turn it into that left to right breeze, you're going to struggle to get anywhere near that. You're going to be 25 feet past the pin all day long.
And what about long putting and because I mean the greens here are enormous, the biggest in the world. Long putting and putting in the wind. Did that take you a long time to go and work out on the golf course? Is that what you tried to do during the build up to the Open?
The greens are amazing, and there's so many amazing slopes. You know, it is a lot about where you put it on the greens. There is a lot of that involved. Yes, we want to putt back towards the pin into the wind. You don't necessarily want to go downwind too much because it will get away from you. So there is that thought process that goes on with the caddy. They'll be talking about that now on the range. They'll be going through numbers, going through certain holes. Right, I need to hit this shot. How do I do that? How do I get that? How do I achieve that number? I want to hit it 170. How do I do that in a left to right wind? All those things, they're all trying to work those things out during the week.
Yeah, interesting. So see if we can see what they're working on. That last one curved 106 feet. So obviously he's not trying to fight the wind there. Similar sort of a shot, not trying to fight the wind. So we got a little simulation here. We can sort of show if Danny Willett was on the 17th hole, which is going to be a right to left wind, where would his drives go? Just gives you an indication of what you're going to see on Thursday. So what's the start line, Anthony? What did you try to do on this?
Well, you try and be as brave as possible, you know, and the line is pretty much where the arrow is. You know, you're looking at sort of somewhere in amongst those letters, you know, because left this year is just a no-no. It's heavy, heavy rough. You've got to take on the right side. There you go. You've got to take on that right side. And hey presto, it opens up the green. But believe you me, when there's 5,000 people in the stand behind, it's a tough line to take on. But there is more room right than you feel.
And do you, when you're going out there and you're sort of calculating this, I mean, do you think of this as like a par 4.5? Do you give yourself a little break on this, knowing how difficult it is? How much do you push that drive and push that second shot?
It is a difficult one. It is a difficult one with the road hole bunker there, and obviously the road over the top is difficult to sort of compute. How do I see that? So this one's going down the left. It's going to find the left rough. Instantly, it almost becomes a hard four now. He's lobbing that forward. He's trying to give himself an angle up the green to give himself a pitch up the green. That's all you can do.
Yeah, 17. So we are seeing Danny Willett's shots that he is playing on the driving range. And we're taking those shots and we're putting them, fitting them onto probably what is the most difficult driving hole on this golf course. 17th.
It's great, that, isn't it?
I love all the toys. I think it just adds so much to it, you know. And the reason why it's like this, the tour players are using this data, so we and the spectators need to be able to get our heads around it. So all of these numbers, that's the new language in professional golf.
Okay.
So, and the second shot, you know, there have been some scenes there. Tom Watson, just see some amazing shots. So here we go, back on the driving range. Danny Willett, little sequence exercise there.
And not a huge amount of pressure in those forearms. It's just sort of holding the ball. It's not really squeezing it because it will go through the ball and through the release. It's all about a connection drill, really. And it also gives the player something else to feel, to think about when the pressure's on.
Yeah, and
takes
I think
away the importance of the shot.
And under pressure, it's what you pick to think about, right? So if you've picked the same thing you always think about, that Mike's just chatting out, you know, have I got the right specs? Could I change some of this? It's all a part of the chat getting ready for Thursday.
We thought we'd have a little bit of exercise, and we've walked around from the driving range past the short game area. If we pan round here, it's right over there, and this is the short game area, and we've come round to the putting green here, Rich. So that was about 30 steps we got in there.
I actually
more than
no,
that.
yeah, more.
That's very long
I mean,
legs,
30.
isn't
I mean, holy cow!
300.
Maybe
My
300.
maths is terrible.
Yeah, maybe about 300.
But I feel like we've got rid of some energy. We are here on the putting green. Behind us, there are a variety of things going on, different bits of equipment. How many different grips have you seen so far today? A couple of the guys have just left, but how many different grips?
Yeah, so we've got 2 thumb grip over there.
Yeah.
He was kind of about the same, maybe a little on the left-hand low side for Hao Tong Li. We got left-hand low there for Luke List. David Law's got a little modified grip right there. Haven't really seen any of the normal, what we call normal, the standard reverse overlap grip. So basically, in this day and age, do whatever feels good, and don't feel like you have to be. There's not one particular grip you have. Just do what works.
It's a bit of tinkering, isn't it? So there's some equipment going on, some T-pegs put in the ground for Luke List over there. What's he doing? What kind of practice is he doing?
So Luke was over there, and now
sorry.
David Law's got over there with all the so basically just the tees are basically just there's a number of different ways of using them. Right now it looks like what David's doing is he's got tees that are going back where the backstroke wants to end. There's going to be one set of tees right there, and then he's trying to hit it through the gates of the 2 tees that are close together right in front of him, but he also wants to make sure that his stroke stops short of hitting those 2 tees. So basically it's just kind of a a visual way of maybe kind of making sure that you don't take it back too far and you accelerate and you stop, you know, I don't say abruptly, but you don't have a long follow through. So your backswing is going to be a little bit longer, and then it's going to be more of an abrupt follow through on the way forward. And again, trying to look at a target, trying to hit it through those two tees, which is why you put them in front of you, hit them through the gate.
Yeah. This wind, though, is going to cause all sorts of problems on the greens, and they're going to be a little bit baked. What are you expecting over the next few days, and how will the players have to adapt?
Yeah, as we talked about earlier, with probably a couple of players going with a little bit heavier putters. You know, the one thing that I didn't see a whole lot, I saw it maybe from one player, Jordan Spieth, last week at the Scottish Open, but when it gets to be really breezy, like it was earlier today, like it was last week,
Feels like it's getting a bit breezier again.
Yeah, you need to keep your feet wide. You need to keep your base wide, because if it's narrow, you're going to get blown all over. Yeah. And so Jordan actually made that change last week. I think it was about halfway through Saturday's round.
Yeah.
And you just have to modify what you're doing, because when it's blowing that hard, and once you get out there towards the end of the golf course, 8, 9, 10, we're very exposed, breezy part of the golf course. You know, you need to make sure you have a wide base so you're not blown all over the place, because it's easy to get thrown off balance out here with the wind. So I don't know how many players out here will try that.
Okay.
But it's something that they should experiment with, just because of the simple fact that they might have to do something, might have to make a last-minute change somewhere along the lines mid-round. And if you've never done it before, well, it could be quite uncomfortable.
Totally. And some of the size of these greens, these players will never have seen how big some of them are. I mean, 7 double greens, if you don't know, here at the Old Course, which are just massive in square foot, aren't they? So some players will be playing putts that they've literally never played before.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about coming to St. Andrews, is that, like on the 6th hole, they could put the pin all the way up front, but going downwind, your second shot's going to go all the way towards the back. No, number 5, your second shot's going to go over the back of the green. Well, that's about 80 yards. That's incredible. I don't know if I've ever hit an 80-yard putt before, so sometimes you may not see them do that. You might actually see them take a long iron or a hybrid and kind of make an adjustment and just kind of have it like a long pitch and run. But still, I think a lot of players going out. That's what also makes this so fun, though, doesn't it? It's not the same. It's so different. You're never going to see a green that size in the U.S. So I think that's the great thing about coming to St. Andrews, especially because you're going to see things that you just haven't seen before, and the size of the greens and the width of them is certainly different. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and with all our amazing cameras that we have nowadays, we're able to see the contours and just how big the space is. In terms of the amount of time that players spend practicing on the greens, amateurs at home, we probably do 2 or 3 minutes, if that. Oh, quickly, I've forgotten. What's my tee time? It's 8:22 and it's 8:20 now, so I'll quickly dash. How long do these pros spend putting before they go out?
I would imagine they're going to spend at least the same amount of time on the putting green as they would on the driving range, and then about the same amount of time chipping as well. This week especially, because I think the short game facility is so fun and it mimics what's out on the golf course with these small little pot bunkers. A couple of them are really deep, something they're going to have to contend with for sure, unless of course they don't hit any of them like Tiger did back in 2000 famously. But I think that it is I think that each and every player will spend equal parts. So if they're playing an hour on the driving range, an hour on the chipping green, and an hour here. Conversely, if they get ready for their game, 20 minutes over there on the driving range, 20 minutes here, 20 minutes on the putting green, and away you go.
Yeah. Okay, Rich. Well, I just want to show you the view again. This is the putting green, and if we move round here, so it's a convenient walk for the players, isn't it, as they come to the short game area. And in the distance, can you see in the red we have the current Ryder Cup captain Henrik Stenson, who's just honing his skills there, speaking to his caddy Lordy, and great memories. But a previous winner of the Open Championship, and he's done well on this course before, so he's just getting some practice in ahead of Thursday. Tee times have come out, Rich, and we're going to speak about those later on as the sun is shining here. It's absolutely glorious, but for now, let's get to George.
We've made it to the 12th tee, and this is when you really start feeling the links effect. The high tide is right in our back pocket, and now we've got the chance to listen to John Rahm, Phil Mickelson, Aaron Jarvis. The 12th hole here, it's quite an awkward hole because it's drivable on a lot of days, but today with the wind, Jon Rahm has laid right back to take the bunkers out of play. He was trying to tell young Jarvis about the plans around it, and now he's going to try a driver as well. It's a great thing about these courses. Phil and John going through it in detail. Looking forward to seeing where his driver goes here, but Phil's testing out the safe approach. Only looking to hit this 200 yards total. 200 yards is the hazard. Lovely little punch stinger. It is a long way short. Obviously a safe play, but wow, with this win, the second shot is still no easy one. The greens are tricky and the fairways are lightning fast. That ball's only just stopped moving from Phil Mickelson here on 12, and rightfully so. I'm not sure you can see the galleries to your right, but it paints a pretty picture. They're all lining up to see one of the world's best. Aaron Jarvis having a good chat with Jon Rahm. He is the Latin American amateur champion, so what a special time this is for him to pick the brains of these experienced players. Phil Mickelson going ahead, saying he can't reach the green, so he's going to go before John and Aaron. St Andrews is truly in full effect, providing such a test. We just talked to Minwoo Lee about how the bunkers are all so well strategically placed. And it's had these guys thinking, and thinking hard. Big swing from Phil. He's laid into that one. Lovely shot. Aaron Jarvis now. We're very lucky here on the practice days to get so close to these players. We're going to catch up with Aaron Jarvis later on in his round to see how he's enjoying this occasion. Wow. He can sure strike a golf ball. The wind has picked that up and it's gone left. They have found it. Imagine getting taken out by Jon Rahm. All right, John.
Shot.
That's a big one.
How's it going?
Hey, Aaron, how are you?
Good. How are
Mate,
you?
we just wanted to say what a day this is for you. Your first Open and you get to play with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad group. John and Phil, they have a lot of experience under their belts, so just out here enjoying the round and learning as much as I can from them.
Yeah, what are you learning? Because this is such a tricky course on a day like today. What insights are you getting from these guys?
Just some advice, you know, just into the wind and crosswind, stuff like that. I mean, that's the biggest part out here is the wind, so it's just kind of learning how to control your ball flight the best that you can, because it's not easy out here, as you can tell.
How proud are you to be here representing your country after a great win at the Latin American Amateur Championship?
Yeah, it means a lot, and hopefully I can inspire more young golfers out in the Cayman Islands to play, and it's just, I'm having a blast, so it's great.
Well, thanks for your time, mate. Go enjoy the round.
Thank you.
See you, mate. Well, there you have it. A lot of fun to be had at St.
tournament of the champions, and including some players from all sorts of different walks of life. And we have this amazing opportunity to speak to one of the most remarkable performers yesterday, Monique Kalkman, down with Di Stewart.
Nice to be here with me. Let's see who you played with.
I played with Gary Player, Sandy. Experience to be on the holy ground with those absolute legends of the sport. But it was a tremendous honor and absolutely great fun. They're all good to be with. It was a good game, and especially Gary.
He is one of the world's most enthusiastic men.
Definitely.
And which is just great, isn't it?
He was enthusiastic. We were talking about Wimbledon. Obviously, me being a tennis player, he wants to talk about tennis. Absolutely okay. So luckily, I almost broke his foot, but he was fine.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Monique, now listen, tell us your story and tell us how this machine moves. Show us, in fact.
Yeah, this is called a paragolfer or a paramotion, and fixes me and makes me stand stable, and if I swing with the left hand, I can hold on the handle. The right hand I use to swing, and with my I would have a short backswing. So see less result. So
you're pretty strong on your right side.
Yeah, and I think from my tennis background, I have the eye-hand coordination, which helps me with the one hand.
So for our viewers at home, you were a tennis player, a junior tennis player.
Well, I was a junior tennis player walking before I got my injury at the age of 14, and afterwards I became a wheelchair tennis player. Yeah.
Skill, just incredible story, and just so wonderful that you're here being part of this, showing everybody at home that anyone with any disability can play golf.
Absolutely, we are here on behalf of EDGA, the European Disabled Golf Association, and that was our objective from an EDGA perspective, to showcase disabled golf to the world, that everything is possible in golf, and it's a very, very inclusive sport. Yeah.
I just applaud you, because at the age of 14 you had a couple of tumours which affected your spine, and they had to do emergency operation, which meant that you then became disabled and then had to start life with fresh eyes, so to speak. So what was your first go-to sport after that?
Well, I was a child with a dream, with a tennis dream. Like Chris Evert was my idol. So I wanted to, obviously, absolutely. So I wanted to become a Wimbledon champion, but at the age of 14, when I got the cancer and I recovered, there was no wheelchair tennis. So I switched to table tennis as the next best thing, and I became a Paralympic champion in that. But that was not the closest sport to my heart. But then wheelchair tennis came over from the States, and then I thought, like, wow, this is my sport again, and that makes me tick again. And that's how I went after wheelchair tennis again, and became Paralympic champion for 3 times more. And then in 2017, I actually met Chris Evert in the Hall of Fame.
Fantastic!
When I got inducted in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. So yeah, and she was there. So that made the circle round for me, which is great.
Inspirational stories, David, aren't they?
Absolutely amazing. And I wonder, have you been to St Andrews before?
Yes, I have. In 2017, the RNA invited me, together with EDGA, to come and talk about golf becoming a Paralympic sport, and what it would mean from an athlete's perspective. So I did a presentation on that. because obviously we don't have any athletes in golf yet who've been to the Paralympics. So I gave the perspective from another sport, and that was really great to see St Andrews.
Yeah.
And I think they're helping. The RNA is helping the sport to become more inclusive as well for us.
Yep.
And hopefully we all can get together and join forces and get the sport as a Paralympic sport, because that will mean even more exposure and inspiration for people to pick up the sport, because that's the main thing.
Yeah.
It's not about gold medals, it's about getting people off the sofa, off the hospital beds, to make them fit and to enjoy a fun sport.
Yeah, and it's so great for mental health. You're an absolute inspiration. Thank you so much for your time.
Well, you're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The champion golfer of the year, Tom Watson.
To the next 150 years of open golfers, respect the game.
And it's there. Watson has this desperately difficult third shot to play.
These links courses have been around long before you were born, and will be here long after you're gone. Don't get mad at the wind, the rough, or the bounces. You're in the hands of Mother Nature, after all. Play hard, but play fair. Be known for winning, or losing, in the right way. If you're lucky enough to have your name etched on the Claret Jug, look at those names before you. Realize that everything has led to this.
This is a fun part of the course. We've been here for a couple of hours and things just keep popping up, and one we have noticed is off the back of the 11th here. There is a huge drop-off. If this par 3 wasn't hard enough, you now have to battle through this, as we see Thomas Dietrich trying a few different techniques. The bump into the slope was before, and now the putter, which seems to be the safe option there. There he is, looking glorious in the wind. How are you? We were just doing a bit of research on this gully, and we thought maybe you could help me learn what to do here and the people at home.
I'm still trying to figure it out.
Still trying to figure it out?
Still trying to figure it out, yeah. I used the 60-degree first, and then I think the putter will be easier probably, yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a good miss, so we will see lots of players short on that flag.
Yeah, like there's so many quirky little slopes here at St Andrews. How do you handle them all week?
You know, just got to hit it and hope for the best, you know. No, I'm just kidding. No, you know, there's certain spots where it'll be tough to hit it close to the flag. So if you got to make birdies, you're gonna have to make 20, 30 further. So there's some places where you leave yourself easier putts, and in this occasion it'll be a short uphill putt, easy.
Nice, Thomas. And finally, how are you enjoying this special week? 150th Open. It doesn't get much better, does it?
Yeah, and as soon as I knew I was qualified for it last year, I knew it was one to put on the bucket list. And I mean, it's such a special place. The golf course is amazing, and with such a field, Tiger being there and all the big boys, it's fantastic.
Nice. So we look forward to watching you play against them. Well done.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Enjoy the week.
Take care. So as you can see, most of them are trying to play with the putter when they're off the green, but I can't stress how steep the slope is. And then you come up to the top of the 11th here, and it is creating a little backstop, which could help the players, but if you do get it ever so slightly wrong, a par could quickly turn into a double here. What a view. What a playground to be in.
It is indeed. It is the best place, isn't it? You are going to someone will become a champion golfer of the year, the 150th at St Andrews. That makes you a legend in the game, doesn't it, Anthony?
Oh, it's amazing. When you turn left and you get your first glimpse of the old course, it just stays with you for life. And those feelings stay with you throughout when you move towards the estuary and then you come back towards the old town. It's just the old grey town. It's just an incredible place, and it's somewhere where everyone who loves golf should come and visit.
Yeah, this is the place to be, and especially this week. Well, one man very highly thought of young player from college in America, Aaron Wise, just getting used to St Andrews turf on the driving range. See what kind of launch and apex he's got. So that would be well below his normal.
Yeah, good player. He's only 26. He's already won on the PGA Tour, so he knows how to get it done. A strong player, moving them left to right, just generally drifting from left to right on that breeze. So he's pretty neutral. First thing you see is quite a strong left grip, Simon.
Yeah, it is kind of working off a shut face. See, that face has really got like, so no rotation. Arms don't rotate with the body, kind of holding arms, keeping the face strong, keeping the hips moving. Interesting to see.
And you're seeing everyone practicing low shots. All they're thinking about is the golf course, certain holes, just trying to keep hold of the ball flight. It's amazing. No one's really hitting their normal shot, I don't think.
No, I think, and that's what's great, you know, and people have said in the past, you know, the power will overpower the old course at St Andrews, but I'm not sure. I still think there's some fight in the great old lady. I think, you know, has technology beaten this golf course? Maybe not. The positioning of the bunkers, the positioning of the slopes, it's still a strategic golf course. Okay, certainly there's more power. The game is easier. The game, no doubt, off the tee is easier, but you better have a very good golfing brain to get yourself around here if you're going to be the champion.
Well, he seems consistently hitting it 85 feet as the apex, so it's hard to work out whether actually he's trying to hit fades or draws, because as a swing it looks the same, but he's just sort of slightly out of sync, whether he's trying to manoeuvre it around the golf course or he's just doing some drills. He seems to be more into the swing than he does the flight at the minute.
Yeah, sort of very much a geometry-based golf swing, isn't it? So spine angle over, quite a steep shoulder plane, hands not really doing too much, hands kind of just holding the club, lots of body rotation.
Yeah, and with a strong left-hand grip, that's a Dustin Johnson all over, isn't it? You know, the body's going to have to do a load. There's not going to be much hands through that.
Yeah, it is interesting, you know, college in America, playing the golf courses there, playing the PGA Tour. You know, you would never hit an iron shot 195 yards and only 70 feet in the air. So, you know, you'd be looking at that to be at least like a 90-foot apex. So these are new shots. Maybe this guy has never, ever been on the driving range practicing those shots.
Well, he looks like he's going out to play. That's what I see. I look at someone who's just gone through the bag quite quickly. He's warming up. He's probably seen the forecast this morning. It was really windy. It's going to calm down a little bit. He's going to go out and play some holes this afternoon. So I always think you have two sessions on a range. You have a practice session, which is much more disciplined. It takes a lot longer. And you have a warm-up session, which could be 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, it is. And you have to remember, you are getting ready for Thursday and the 150th Open. So let's see what he's got in the bag with his driver. Pretty low stinger flight there, so we would probably be looking, Aaron Wise, if he was in the US with 170 ball speed, he's probably looking at like a launch of around 12, an apex of around 110, something like that. So definitely thinking maybe of the shots he's going to go out on the golf course.
Yeah, he's dropping his flight by 4 or 5 degrees. He's not really hitting up. He's almost trying to just cover the ball and almost smother it a little bit and just keep it down. Same old thing about going left. It's not necessarily the way I think you go and win the thing, but if you want to just keep the ball out of the bunkers, which is huge, maybe that's his game plan. But looking pretty relaxed and loose. He looks like he's under control, and I think he's going to go out and play, I think, pretty quick, which is exciting. Doesn't matter how many times you've played it.
Oh yeah, it's great, isn't it? You walk down there in for the amphitheatre, which is the 1st and 18th holes, and it is magic. So just kind of popping Aaron Wise's tee shot onto the 18th hole. That's just to kind of give you an idea of what kind of power he's got and what you're going to be seeing on Thursday. There are the shots.
And it's interesting, you look at the clubhouse there, you know, the locals always talk about aiming at the clock face, make a bit of a bigger target. You could maybe say the whole of the clubhouse, but everyone's sort of looking towards the Swilkin Bridge, really. And if it's downwind, you'll go further right because you'll be able to run it up the green. So it's interesting when you see guys hitting balls in the range, and you come to probably the most famous hole in golf and see where they are on the screen.
Yeah, so I walked down there yesterday. It's fascinating. It always strikes me. I mean, how could the 18th fairway be so undulating and the first fairway be absolutely dead flat like a runway? It's just, you know, has that been moved around? It hasn't. It's just how it laid out.
Yeah, awesome cart.
Yeah, it is. So here we go. Another shot there. Would someone brave take it up the right side, try to work it in?
But there you go, downwind on a Sunday, 3 to win. You've got to take it up that right side. You've got to test the out of bounds.
Yeah.
That's the brave shot. All of a sudden, the greens open up to you. You go down the left, you've got a really tough shot.
So maybe just a little bit of tempo. Oh, that's really sort of practicing kind of like both arms on his body there. That's his win shot. Probably you played a lot on European Tour, Anthony. You know, there was a shot you would have to play every single day. The US guys don't have that.
Well, yeah, I grew up watching someone like Jose Maria, and he was always back foot playing that sort of shot. It was a wonderful shot to have when you turned up at an Open. That's something they have to learn.
So Aaron heading out onto the driving range and then onto the course.
You know, St Andrews itself is such an amazing place. The town, it's just everything about it. I feel very fortunate that was my first one, and we play a lot of big tournaments in the world, but the open venues that we go to are all really special. But for me, the best tournament and the most special tournament in the world is the Open in St Andrews.
On the tee from the Republic of Ireland, Shane Lowry.
When you get announced in that first tee in St Andrews, no matter whether it's the Dunhill, whether it's the practice round, you know, it's just special. And it's probably one of the only courses in the world where I go to where I actually really enjoy playing my practice rounds. I can only imagine what the RNA have planned for the 150th Open in St Andrews. It's going to be really special, but the fact it's going to be the 150th, I'm sure it's going to be pretty cool. And winning the Open, I'll be forever grateful that I got to achieve something like that. That's the only way I can describe it, like the fact that my name's on that trophy, and when you look at it, it'll never be taken away, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, some fascinating champions. Driving range not particularly busy on a Tuesday. The left to right wind, anything to do with that, Anthony?
Yes, you've got to stay fresh, haven't you? Most guys have been out this morning and they'll be resting this afternoon.
Yeah, you can easily overdo it. It's a long way until Sunday evening, isn't it? 6 o'clock Sunday evening's a long, long way away. Guys just working perhaps on the course, they've seen something. Guys have had a great position sitting up there watching the driving range. That's where I used to be.
That couple there have been to the shop, bought a hat and a shirt. Mementos of the week, that's the way to go.
Yeah, 150th Open. Absolute magic. And one man who is absolutely magic, maybe the most magic, Tiger Woods. We're going to have a look at what one day in the life of Tiger Woods really looks like.
A man that has come back so many times from adversity. And one thing I think we've all realised in our time is never underestimate him, or do so at your peril.
Just the desire, isn't it? You can see him really working the ball around now. That was a big old draw. And these are just kicking in right around that 170, 175 ball speed. Lower flight, dropped the launch by 5 degrees from the last one. Apex 61 feet, so not the full stinger, but just making sure he's got that one where he can hold it against the crosswinds. First, what we're going to have, first 7 holes going to be played on the left to right wind, so Tiger Woods getting ready for his second practice round.
That's what you get, yeah, 263 probably equate to around about 300 plus by the time that finishes running out. Golf course used to be played in a clockwise direction. Now they changed that, and now it's an anti-clockwise direction.
Good morning. We are out on course once again, and you can bet your bottom dollar where you'll find us. Tiger Woods is off the range and onto the back nine. He has snuck straight out onto the back nine and asked Adrian Maronk if he can join him in a two-ball. There he is. He's wearing the Open Championship navy blue. Looking all class today is Tiger. Now, one thing I can tell you is that it is windy. This is proper links golf once again. Reports are that it's 17 miles an hour. I do not believe that. It is humming into the teeth as Tiger and Adrian enter the par 3 11th, one of my personal favourite holes here at St Andrews. The wind is coming hard from the left, measuring at 172 to the pin. I've just watched the group ahead of Justin Rose. He pulled out a 4-iron and barely made it. So this is going to test Tiger early. He's been playing fades all throughout the week, big fades. So this left to right wind, which would be predominantly all up the front nine if it was to stay this way throughout the week. So it's going to be a tough start if Tiger's going to hold it up against this wind. I haven't seen him turn it over very much at all this week on the range or on the course. So this is as tough as it gets from a starting point for the big cat. I'm going to try and get in there close and see what clubs he's pulled. Joe LaCava getting the laser out. We had a good catch up with Big Joe early on in the week, and he explained to us his whole process when he's doing yardages. Great to get inside the brain of Tiger's caddy. But if you joined us in the broadcast yesterday, we mentioned that this is one of the big traffic jams at the Open. Such a good spot to watch golf. There's 6 holes in view from these grandstands. 6 holes, so if you can find a good seat here during the championship, you could have a lot of fun. You could settle right in. Now as we pan off Tiger onto his playing partner today, Adrian Maronk, recently won the Irish Open in tremendous fashion. Congrats to him. He has never played with Tiger, and he was rocking up to the tee this morning and happened to be a little bit early. So Tiger asked, can I join in? You're not going to turn that down, are you? Okay, I'm trying to work out what club Tiger's got, but he's swinging too fast. Five iron for Maronk. Low. The wind is going to hit it hard, and it does. Cruising off to the right. And oh, that is going to be a fun bit of golf. Can confirm Tiger's pulled a 4-iron, an extra bit of club, which I think is a good call. He's going to have to get all of it. This wind is so difficult out here. This is what links golf's about. Here he is now. Stinger, punchy one, but the wind's going to take it. The wind has taken it way right. Wow, this is a tough hole, and it's trickled over the back as well. Well, we've got a front row seat here, don't we? I feel like we're in his pocket.
We're a bit too front row. So we probably have to whisper. We wouldn't be doing this during tournament.
No, that's right. We've got the luck of the warm-up rounds here as he talks to Joey LaCava.
Even all these moments here, some pictures are going to be had. Like a nice picture here of Tiger with his head cover, talking to Caddy. There's always pictures. So when you're in this area, you shoot as much as you can. Well, it's all good. Yeah, I mean, the light's nice here, backlit. We see here.
It's a green light. Are we okay here, Tiger? Thanks, mate. Oh God, I feel like he's going to hit me. Jeepers, this is scary. Oh, majestic, magical, perfect. Tiger Woods. I don't think I've ever had a better view of a golf shot than that. Whew. That was super special stuff. As Tiger exits stage left, we will be following him all the way to the press conference, so strap yourselves in if you're watching at home. This is what Live at the Range is all about. We're taking you behind the scenes, and this is some of the stuff you don't see. I love this bit. How's the practice rounds been?
So far, so good. A little windy today.
Yeah. How much more testing is it in that wind?
It was no fun today. I hope it doesn't blow that way on Thursday. But we had a good time. It's nice to get a little wind while you're over here, you know what I mean? Get some of the elements. Proper golf, as you guys call it.
Proper golf.
Exactly.
Very nice. And thank you very much, Joe. This is where we've got to test the legs. The lactic acid starts burning. Over bridge is most definitely the quickest way. But I feel like the ocean views are really good this way as well. So the questions you might be thinking, Tiger Woods, how's he playing? To be honest, I watched a lot of them this morning and I did not see many bad shots. So I'm pretty excited. To see him play so many practice rounds is obviously a good sign for the body. Look right, look left, we're crossing. Okay, car coming on our left. Come through, sir. Come through, sir. Oh, it's the Charles family. Look at that. Oh, through here. We can come through here, great. Sir Bob Charles, 1963 Open champion. That's the whole family here coming to watch the press conference. Here's Tiger's partner. Hello, team. You guys following us or are we following you? Yeah, we went the quick way. All right, so let's go through the main media centre way, if you come with me. It's crazy in here. And now they go to the floor. Questions to the floor. Oh, who's got the first question? Nervous, he's nervous.
How close are you to this being as good as it gets?
Well, my body sort of can get better, but realistically, not a whole lot.
If we look out to the right,
It's been through a lot.
you can see all the cameras.
Quite feel as well as we do at 26. So yeah, it is what it is.
One thing you'll notice about the photographers, and it's one of my favourite parts of a Tiger press conference, is if someone gets him to crack a smile, the snappers absolutely fly. It's like a gunshot war when he makes a smile. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Honest putter to win late in his 50s. So it can be done. It just takes a lot of knowledge and understanding how to play this type of golf.
So many people listening to every word of this. This is what it's about. But if you do want to watch the full press conference, log on to theopen.com and you'll be able to see it all. But we're going to part ways with you now. Thank you very much. I'm going to tune in. I think something spicy's coming.
It really does. It feels... My body certainly can get better, but realistically, not a whole lot. It's been through a lot, and at 46, you don't quite heal as well as you do at 26. So yeah, it is what it is, and just lucky enough to, in our sport, to be able to play as long as we are able to play, and late into the 40s, and especially on links golf courses like this, you can contend into your 50s. We saw Tom have it on his putter to win late in his 50s. So it can be done. It just takes a lot of knowledge and understanding how to play this type of golf. And with the fairways being fast and firm, it allows players who are older to run the ball out there and have a chance.
Amazing to see Tiger Woods. So he warmed up, played some holes, started on 11. Did he start on 11 to miss the wins? Maybe he did.
Yeah, possibly. But he knows that it's going to be won or lost on that back nine. He might have to par in if the weather's bad, or he needs to make a few birdies. And he's played here so many times. He knows what he's doing.
The best golfing mind?
He'd have to be one of 2 or 3. The statistics don't lie. Jack Nicklaus.
Interesting, isn't it? We watched Bryson DeChambeau, the power, and then Tiger has the quote, this type of golf allows an older guy, a shorter guy to have a chance. It's great, isn't it?
This is interesting. A lot of dialogue with the coach. I watched him, 3 hours ago. So he's either decided he's not played good enough and he's come back to the range, or he was only ever playing 6 holes and he was coming home. So that's interesting, because he's coming back from fitness issues.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. He's put his body, in a similar way. He's massively bulked his body, hasn't he? We saw Tiger Woods do that a couple of times. We've seen Bryson having problems with a wrist injury, but I mean, he changed his body as much as I've seen anybody who's been able to keep sort of control over every part of his game.
Oh, the change was incredible. I was in Dubai at the start of the season when he came back 3 or 4 years ago. It was just when he won there. It was incredible, the difference. This is interesting to see. Launch angle of 10 degrees. High ball flight. Likes to turn the ball over. Left to right wind. Hit it pretty straight.
And as if by magic, the driver comes out. So, I know, another 3 wood maybe. Enormous grips on the hand. So obviously Bryson, what is he trying to work on there? That looks like a plane. So he's kind of got like a Mo Norman kind of one plane, really funky grip. How
yeah,
high in the palm is that left hand?
It's just the actual grip itself. I mean, it's like he's holding a snooker cue. It's so big, the grip. It's the first thing I noticed when I first saw him, and that's all just to take the hands out of the golf swing. It's very neutral.
So immediate look down. I guess he's just looking at that ball speed. So whatever that club is, that is pretty much what you would expect from your average guy's drive. So 170 ball speed, kind of PGA Tour average. 96 feet, that's pretty much the number as well. 275.
It's a big number, flat carry, 271.
Yeah,
because it is a 3 wood. He might have a 2 wood in there. He might be thinking of just stretching out his 3 wood so he's not getting a floater out there.
Well, I mean, his standard is a 140-foot apex. That's as high as anybody. Hit one yesterday on this same line, 349 carry, 349 carry.
Take a minute to think about what's going on in there, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, he's very much got his own kind of move. No one else is kind of doing this. He's kind of, one plane with his arms, one plane with the club in his arms.
There's
funky grip, yeah.
Look
at it.
It's
Look
like
at the size of that.
Like a pool cue. It's incredible how thick that is.
Yeah, cricket bat.
How things have changed in the years. You look at putter grips, how they've evolved. How longer, how thicker they've become. Changes all the balance, all the weights.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, like when we were growing up learning golf, I mean, our coaches wouldn't basically teach us anything till our grips were absolutely beautiful. I mean, you just don't see that. If you walk down, Morikawa's got a funky grip. Jordan Spieth's got a really strange-looking grip. It's almost like grip is not such an important thing anymore.
Yeah, I definitely think that the sweet spot's got bigger. The ball doesn't move so much in the air, but arguably, apart from maybe 1 or 2 at the minute, all the best golfers in the world have got really strong grips, and that's got to be possibly the way things are moving to. And I think it will continue that way with at the top level, the game being quite easy for them in regards to hitting the shot, because equipment is so superior to what it was 20 or 30 years ago.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think if you don't have the support of a manufacturer like the ones up and down the right side of this driving range, you're almost not competitive. So grips are stronger, faces are more closed, players are hitting the ball harder, and that's probably like a little bit of a chain reaction, all those 3 things. So interesting to see Bryson DeChambeau working hard on his swing. Let's see the ball flight.
I think he's trying to draw the ball. for me. I think he's working on just trying to be a little bit more up the inside, just to get a little bit more right to left on it. That's how it feels to me. Maybe he's gone out and played that front nine and realised he's not quite got it on.
Or maybe that,
string.
yeah, hit it as far left as you want and as hard as you want is not a strategy if you want to try to make a birdie. So, look how forwards he is through the ball there. You know, very much sort of like around that left leg.
I always think you can base it. You can tell by how someone's feeling by how much they lean on the golf course. And when I first watched Bryson, as I say, I was on course watching him in Dubai, and he's leaning with the 7. I think, oh, he's missed the green. He hits it to 8 feet. And you think, wow, this boy's got it neutral.
So, just to give you an idea, a flavour, here is this. We're taking Bryson's wood shots, 3 woods or 2 woods that he's playing on the driving range, and we're imposing those on top of the 17th tee box, just to give you a sense of where Bryson's 3 wood, 2 wood would end up on this, what is one of the hardest driving holes in the world of golf, especially where it sits. This will be the 71st hole of the 150th Open.
You should be a starter, Simon. You could be a starter.
Here we go. So, yeah, definitely a draw flight.
Yeah. We're hearing he's changed to a long iron, so we're just slightly adjusting his aim where he'd be. But he's a drawer. He likes to draw the ball. He's pretty straight, to be honest.
Such a difficult hole, isn't it? I think that's one of the things that happens. You come off 11, or you play 11, and then you look at what's ahead of you, and it's just a battle. You were in that situation yourself. A weather squall can come up and knock you sideways.
Yeah, and if you are a few holes ahead of the leaders, you know, I was 2 off the lead, I think it was 6 to go or something, and all of a sudden the leaders are going down the front 9 downwind, and you're struggling into the wind, and that's the great thing about the old course. The conditions change, little squally shower comes in, and Bob's your uncle. You're struggling. It's an amazing place. Such a huge amount of land. There you see all his different driver shots. He's obviously practicing different shapes, trying to find something that gets him round. Natural draw of the ball.
Yeah, it's interesting. Going to be interesting, really, to see, you know, how much variation Bryson's got. You know, can he stand up and hit the fade when he needs it? Is he going to be able to overpower? Will power give him an advantage around?
There's no question. If he's on form, I think he will compete. There's no question about it, because he's so long. He's got such a great short game. The question is he not 100%, and is he still rusty? That's the question for me with DeChambeau.
Yeah, just going backwards and forwards between 2 woods, maybe just picking one. What's the easiest combination for me to have the variety of shots and shapes that I'm going to need? There's the corner. Got to go up and over the corner of the hotel. Try to find the right side of the fairway if you can, to give yourself a second shot round the road hole bunker.
He isn't 100% happy, does he? He never is. There's always a little bit of chatter going on there. He expects so much of himself, but there's something going on, isn't there?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, this session is definitely for a purpose. He's kind of just hitting one set of clubs to find a particular club. I mean, he must have one of the most weird specs in the world. You know, the lie angles are weird. So we'll leave Bryson to figure it out. Lots of work. See what he's got.
He puts 100% into it, that's the fact.
Sir Heath walking past. Other players walking past. You know you're good when your competitors stop to see what you're doing. So, Bryson down there now going through the driver. We'll leave him and join Di Stewart.
Thanks very much, Simon. Well, we're actually up close and personal, really, because Bryson is just behind us. I'm here with Incy member. Incy, great to see you. We've been here for quite a few hours here on the range, which is actually clearing out. If our cameraman can pan down here. So a lot of the players have obviously done their practice, and this is a time in the evening where actually the wind is starting to die down now, isn't it?
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I've just come back from the golf course, actually. It's definitely still blowing a hoolie.
Yeah, it's changing all the time, isn't it?
It's playing tough out there, Di. Just walking around with a few players, just seeing how baked these fairways are really making it quite a tough challenge out there, especially the combination with the wind this week. I know it's meant to die out later on, but I'm really hoping the combination stays like this. It'll keep things interesting for us.
Yeah, certainly will. This is a really special spot to be in for any golf fan. We've got Bryson DeChambeau just working on his game. And quite a few emotions going on behind us. There's been a lot of chat. He's obviously using the tech that he always uses tech, doesn't he, to check ball flight, to check distance. What exactly is he working on with this hard wind from the left?
Interestingly, only using one launch monitor.
Okay,
He's got the GC
there was
quad,
a few
but
yesterday.
Normally uses TrackMan as well, so he normally has both types of launch monitors going at the same time, which I think for me is far too much information. How can you compute all that? So maybe trying to keep things simple by using just the one. But yeah, the wind's hard off your left, and every single shot he's been hitting has been right to left as well, just so holding shots against that wind, which you have two types of players. We're speaking to Matt Jordan out on the golf course. He was striping it, by the way, hitting brilliant shots. Some players like to use the wind and ride it, so they don't manipulate it too much. And then you have other players who actually like to hold it against the wind to try and get the ball landing softer. So it'll be depending on what sort of angle you're coming in from, really determines the type of shot you want to hit. But you've got Bryson just holding it against the wind.
Yeah, he's. You went over there and you spoke to one of the guys from Puma, and you spoke a little bit about his caddy. What were you talking about?
Well, we were just talking about equipment, really. I just asked, are you doing anything different this week in particular, playing at the links course? The answer was no. So same equipment throughout the whole bag, no driving iron in particular. But also you can see Brian Ziegler on his knees. The camera's out there, obviously looking for something, maybe in the golf swing that's technical. I'm just having a look, maybe what they could be working on. But it's almost every single shot we're seeing that. And that's just a little leak up.
It was. What are his thoughts on that? Let's see his body. Seems okay. Yeah, he keeps himself to himself very much. He's in the zone at the moment, isn't he? This is his first Open Championship at St Andrews, so a whole new ball game for him. His first one was back in 2016. And this turf really is drying out, isn't it?
Oh, is it? It's so firm out there. I think I saw a video of, I can't remember, maybe Sam Burns or something, throwing a ball onto the fairway and you can pretty much catch it chest high. It's super bouncy out there. Let's have a look at another one. Do you know what? It'll be really interesting to see how he plays this week because, as we know, his nickname in the past was the Scientist, right? But I don't think this is a golf course where you can get super technical. So much of St Andrews' design is that creativity. It's that feel, visualising that trajectory.
Which makes it so open, doesn't it?
It's, oh my gosh, and it's very dependent on how it will play conditions. But I don't think you can get too methodical with St Andrews. And obviously, he's a very methodical guy.
What advice would you be giving to
him? I can't give him any advice. Are you joking?
But not to be too methodical, though, to go with the feel. And it's about getting these in practice rounds beforehand are so important, aren't they, these few days? But we don't really know what the Scottish weather is going to throw our way because it changes all the time. It was breezy this morning. It died off a little bit at lunchtime and it's picked up again today. But Shane Lowry was speaking earlier on and he expects the wind to be 40 miles per hour tomorrow morning. So him and Seamus Power were like, should we go out early or should we just wait and maybe leave it till late morning? So they're probably going to do that late morning. So it'll be interesting to see if Tiger Woods once again is on the range very early. He was here at about 7:30 this morning. He always goes off super early, doesn't he? Yeah. Now, Bryson is playing tomorrow morning at 7:52. His group is with John Daly and Cam Tringali. So an early start on Thursday for him, 7:52. Do you think they're super excited to see their tee times and who their group is?
I think so. I mean, the Open can be super long days. It's only the one tee start, and I don't know what the last tee time is, but it's late in the afternoon.
Late afternoon,
You're finishing way past your dinner time, unless you're Spanish, because they eat dinner at like 10 p.m. or something. But overall, it's going to be really long days. I think teeing off in the morning would be great. Generally speaking, it seems to be much calmer.
Yeah.
Obviously, going to have pure greens, so maybe it's your opportunity then to really take advantage of maybe the simpler conditions and setup. Early start.
It's a really exciting 150th Open Championship for Paul Lawrie, because he will hit the first tee shot here at St Andrews as the wind blows, and I should have tied my hair back. Some of the other, just a couple of other notables. Tiger Woods, of course, he tees off at 2:59 on Thursday with Matt Fitzpatrick and Max Homa. And Rory McIlroy is off. He's in the morning at 9:58 with Colin Morikawa and Xander Schauffele, who is in fine form. My goodness, at the Scottish Open, you saw him taking that victory, just coming off the back of a PGA Tour victory as well. And also, he won the JP McManus event. So you could say 3 in a row for Xander. He's on a streak. I mean, the smart money would be going there. But around this golf course, as we said, this is possibly the most open, because back in the day, when Tiger Woods back in 2000, there were very few players who could compete with him. But right now, a couple of guys that you are sort of picking out this week.
Oh, there's plenty. I mean, where do you start?
The guy behind us? Are you going to...
It's hard to say because he's right behind me, but I personally wouldn't put my money just because of how methodical he is.
Yeah.
And there's pros and cons with everything, right? But I just don't think it takes that
Fair
kind of
enough.
player. But also,
Yeah.
he's recently come away from a hand injury and surgery as well. So I think whenever someone injures himself, there's always that sort of maybe hesitation in the back of their mind. There's no full commitment. There's always a bit of something that's lingering in between those ears, which I think makes it harder. But I mean, we've just got an unbelievable list of players. I think Will Zalatoris, he's been knocking on the door.
Yeah.
3 runner-ups so far.
He loves the majors, doesn't he?
Loves
Just
the majors.
Almost. Yeah, I saw him on the first tee actually on Monday morning, and his caddy was just saying this place is absolutely breathtaking. Love being here. This is obviously their first time at St Andrews. So Will Zalatoris, absolutely great shout.
I'm going to go for Will Zalatoris. How about that?
She's going for him.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. Well, we're on air till 6 o'clock. We've got about half an hour to go. The crowd is building behind me, and we're not going to go anywhere. But for now, let's get to George.
We've made it to the road hole and we're joined by Sam Bairstow. Sam, first and foremost, how good is it to be here? You just missed out at the Amateur Championship, but for the second year running, you made it through qualifying.
Yeah, obviously it's special. Just look up there and that's all you need, isn't it? Yeah, obviously Amateur was disappointing, but to come through the qualifying on the Tuesday was good. So yeah, just happy to be here.
Well, I don't think you'll be too happy to be here in the middle of the road on the 17th. How do you handle this scenario? What are the techniques going through your head when looking at this shot?
Don't hit it here. That's the first one. Don't know really. I'd probably just putt it if it was here.
Putting is the safer option. Obviously into the slope and over a path as well. Not the easiest pin. Oh, well handled.
Look at that. Easy game.
He loves playing up for the cameras. Oh, that's so good. So what have you enjoyed so much about this week? Have you had some good warm-up rounds?
Yeah, just the atmosphere really. Obviously it's only a Tuesday and look how busy it is. It's only going to get busier, so yeah, just the fans really. Everyone's so supportive, so yeah, try and play some good golf and keep them loud, I suppose.
Have you got some family coming up to watch?
Yeah, so there's a few people here already, and then most of them are coming up tomorrow night, so yeah, it should be good, ready for Thursday morning.
All right, well, Sam Bairstow, we're ready to watch. It's been great to follow your journey here, so enjoy the occasion.
I would wake up, would watch the Open, and then you'd watch these guys, and then I would literally run to the range and try to imitate everybody. So I was trying to swing it like Adam Scott's, swing it like Tiger. I think the first time I ever played the Open, it was at Murfield, and I think I made an 8 on the first hole. I've always loved it. I've loved coming over here. It's just so much fun. It's because it's different. I never realized it till I played. You come over here and how actually appreciative the fans are of a good shot. St Andrews, I'll start with the golf course first. My favorite golf course in the world. I can play that every day and not get tired of it. My favorite place in the entire world. The town is just so much fun. I guess the history and the atmosphere that while you're playing that golf course that you also feel in the town too. I mean, it's always exciting to play St Andrews, but to have the 150th there I think is really neat. Shows just how special that place is. As a player, it's, I think, the best place in the world to play. It's the home of golf.
Later in the day on this Tuesday of the 150th Open, out here on the driving range, and we're now watching one of the legends of the game, one of the legends, Peter Finch, of this championship as well, two-time Open champion Ernie Els.
Absolutely, one of my swing heroes, one of my
mine too.
childhood heroes as well. So
we could be here for a while.
Yeah, just going to settle in, have a coffee and a chat about this man. Look at it. Oh, just stop it. Ernie, stop it already. Oh,
that hasn't changed, has it?
No, not really. I mean, he's lost, obviously, some of the speed through impact now, but the actual underlying quality of that swing and the rhythm, you know, he's never going to lose that. You'd be interested to see the difference between him and Bryson, who's at the other end of the range. That is two approaches to golf that, well, they are contrasting, shall we say.
Yeah, one at Royal Birkdale and at Muirfield as well. I'm still not quite sure how Adam Scott lost that Open to Ernie.
Yeah, that is probably one of, I think, the most painful things to watch, really, that I can remember. I mean, I think everybody really started to, even if you weren't like a massive Adam Scott fan and you wanted Ernie to win, say, I think everyone felt for Scott coming down that last hole. I think everyone was just screaming at him, like, don't hit 3-wood as well, just hit driver. Hit driver over everything, just don't put it in a bunker. It's just, it's tragic. But, you know, I don't think Ernie minded that much, to be honest.
I don't think so.
I actually think he probably got over it quite quickly.
Yeah.
I don't think he remembers that with any kind of bad memories at all.
Yeah, it's the simplicity of his swing that I love so much of Ernie.
So the thing is, it looks simple. That's the mark of a great player, a great swinger of a golf club. You know, there's a lot going on. It's not that he's doing anything crazily different. He's just doing everything really nicely and doing it all with a timing that just gives him that trademark.
I think for people watching at home, it's the seemingly no effort in his swing, but in his heyday, he was one of the longest on tour.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, what he does really well, and the reason why it looks like he's hardly putting any effort in, is his timing of movements. His sequence of the swing is just absolutely fantastic. So he'll turn away, he'll have a full shoulder turn. The weight will transfer a little bit off to the left, the knee and the hip will start to rotate, and then the rest of the body follows. And it's really as simple as that. Now, obviously, for anybody watching that and listening to that who's ever tried to hit a golf ball and it feels like you're wrestling with an electric eel, it's not quite as simple as that in reality. But someone like Ernie, who's been doing this all his career, it's just great to watch.
Yeah, unbelievably, 30 appearances now in the Open. Runner-up here in 2000. I said those 2 wins, Muirfield and Royal Birkdale as well, and 13 top 10s.
It's a fantastic
for
record.
the big. It's an unbelievable record, isn't it? Yeah, it really is for a man. He's it just shows as well what a good golf swing will stand the test of time as well.
And he has the ability to control that ball flight as well. You know, he's not a one-dimensional golfer by any means. You know, he did hit it very, very long in his heyday, but his control over his irons, his wedges, and his putting, everything was in sync. You know, he was just an all-time great player.
This is showing now, if he was playing at the 11th hole, this is where his ball would land on it. Not bad there at the par 3 at all.
I think he'd be happy with it stopping that quickly as well.
Yeah,
at the moment.
exactly. Yeah, it's a fantastic par 3 as well. You can see just playing little baby fades here at the moment. Almost identical on top of each other. He's going to get a read there, isn't he? He's going to get a read. Here's a question for you, Peter. 4 majors for Ernie. Do you think he's underachieved?
No, I don't think you can.
For the quality of the player he is.
No, I don't think so. I don't think you can ever really say that. I mean, if you win a major championship, that is the highlight of any career, and all you need to do is look through the list of players who have achieved that target, achieved that goal. And you know, he is amongst the
very, very best players of all time to play the game. And to win 4 of them is, it's so good. I mean, we're not talking about tennis here.
No.
Yeah, there's no one that's going to be racking up 30 Grand Slams. You know, the quality of the field, the difficulty, you know, how everything needs to be in place for you to win one of these events. You know, 4 majors is amazing.
Yeah. I mean, 292, that's not short.
No.
We were here yesterday and Sergio was a little bit under that.
Well, I don't know if you can remember yesterday when we were kind of watching Westwood. So his ball speed was higher, but his total carry was a lot shorter than that. But what we're seeing with Ernie here is just a much better launch angle. So I think his first drive was about 16 degrees there. And that is, if you can get around, you know, 15, 17 degrees of launch with about 1800s to 2000 revs of backspin, you know, that's going to keep the ball in the air long enough and it's going to release out. And that launch was just really, really good.
Yeah. He's if people are coming to watch, he's a great guy to go watch out on the course as well.
Yeah.
On links course, which he loves.
You know, he's a great golfer, and I did this a lot when I was a junior. He's a great golfer to copy, as far as like the rhythm and the pace and the whole way that he goes about things. He just stroll around like he ain't got a care in the world. But you know, like I said, he's got 4 majors. He ain't got a care in the world. He's happy.
Well, Ernie goes off for a bit of chipping practice. Let's head out to George Harper and find out what he's up to.
Welcome to the 18th hole at St Andrews. We're here to watch Matthew Jordan, who is playing in his first major championship. What an occasion, a late qualification. Member at Royal Liverpool. Pumping a 3-wood with a beautiful little draw. It's right around the Valley of St. Let's go catch up with the man himself. Matthew, your first major. What an occasion. How happy are you to be here?
Oh, I'm absolutely loving it. I mean, this place has always been really good to me. To see it how it is as well, it's just absolutely brilliant. So yeah, it's, as I say, the first major you'll always remember, but I mean, this is, even if it was, say, my 10th, I think it would live long in the memory.
You won here at the St Andrews Links Trophy a few years ago, so you've got some great memories.
I do, yes. Yeah, I had my dad on the bag, caddying for me then. It was my first kind of big amateur win as well. It helped me get into the Walker Cup, so I remember quite a few shots in that tournament as well, so it's good memories.
As we walk towards the Swilcan Bridge, one of those memories might be on the last hole when you had a sizable lead and your father was rather nervous, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. He was more nervous than I was. I kind of probably had like a 2-3 shot lead, and all he could see was me hitting it OB, like probably left and right, so he didn't have much confidence. So he forced me to hit 2-iron. I ended up hitting 2-iron, hitting it on the green and 3-putting for bogey, so I think that was the last time I took his advice.
As you walk down here, we see Brooks Koepka getting a photo on the bridge. Does it get much better than this?
It doesn't now. I mean, it's a photo that everyone does, doesn't it? Everyone wants, even people who aren't playing, pop along and try and get a picture on the bridge. So it's, yeah, I mean, I've had it with my dad, I've had it with my granddad, girlfriend, kind of everyone that I've taken this picture with. So I don't think there's a more, I don't know, prestigious place that I've done it, yeah.
It's your first major, but with your success here, this isn't just to enjoy the jolly. You're here to compete, aren't you? This is a chance for you to really make your mark and play well at this course.
No, of course. I mean, one thing that's on my mind is next year, playing at Hoylake next year. It's my home club. This is like one of the first ways of me trying to accomplish that, and that's, you know, finishing at least top 10. So certainly it's all great now, and I'm trying to take it all in, but it's got to be down to business when, because as I say, there's a few goals to achieve.
Nice. Well, we'll be looking forward to watching you do your business. So, Matty, good luck.
Cheers.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks. No problem.
It's the greatest walk in golf. I mean, it's just the best feeling.
The people were just unbelievable.
You had to walk your way through 50, 60 people deep. That was an incredible experience.
That is a very cool scene to be right in the middle of.
I mean, I had to keep my composure to play golf. They'd already awarded me the championship, but I still had to play.
It's like the old medieval days in the gladiator, baby. I
just defeated the guy. I've killed all the lions and everything, and I'm going to go eat now.
For me, it's the most special walk of all the championships I've played.
How many guys do you see walking down there and they all take their hats off to acknowledge the crowd? It doesn't really happen everywhere else. It happens there.
Gorgeous evening here at the Old Course on Tuesday. Better than this morning, Peter. Gusts this morning, I would say 30 mile an hour, possibly 35 mile an hour.
It was cold as well.
It was, wasn't it?
It shows the difference of what the weather can do on the coast. I mean, to go from, it wasn't freezing. Let's not be too dramatic, but you know, for the state of this, let's be.
It was
dramatic.
tropical for up here.
It was freezing. God, it was blowing a hoolie. It was freezing, and then around I think it was about 1-2 o'clock, the clouds cleared away and the temperature jumped. It felt like about 10 degrees, but the wind has not really changed too much. That has stayed pretty constant, and it is just acting like a massive hairdryer on this golf course. It's going to be so silver in a couple of days. As long as we don't get any rain, it's going to be one of the firmest and fastest opens that we've seen. Well, I mean, Carnoustie in 2018, that was very, very firm and fast. But this is shaping up to be a fantastic spectacle.
It was a bit old school. Like the 70s. It opens in the 70s.
I mean, look, we're at St Andrews. It should feel old school. It should feel like a bit of a throwback. It should feel like the pros have been challenged in ways that they don't normally see. We want to see that. Going up the last hole, if it's a little bit downwind, I want them to be hitting a 2-iron and getting on the green.
Of course.
And then switching it around on like this third. I want them to be hitting a driver and a 3-wood into a par 4. Wrong goal to pick, but you know what I mean. I want them to have that difference. I want them to have that struggle at times.
Yeah, you can see the flags blowing there. Not too bad at the moment. A few players warming up towards the end of the day. Maybe didn't decide to go on the range this morning because of the weather. Now, this is one of the stories leading into this Open Championship. Barclay Brown, who's Englishman at Stanford University, won the 2018 Junior Telegraph Championship very impressively, and he top qualifying. He's an amateur, Peter, top qualifying at Hollandwell, and is a member at Hallamshire, where a certain Matthew Fitzpatrick has been.
I was having a chat to...
The stars are aligning.
I was having a chat to Pete Cowan yesterday. Like, Yorkshire is producing some unbelievable golfers at the moment. Now, Pete and his band of amazing coaches have got quite a lot to do with that. But, yeah, the amount of players that are coming out there at the moment is absolutely wonderful. I mean, he was a Walker Cup player as well.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
I mean, it must be such a great thrill. I mean, he's only 1 or 2 amateurs to come through the Open qualifying series. So, you know, that chase for the silver medal, that's what he'll probably have his eyes on.
Yeah, 68.72 in qualifying. Held firm. And, yeah, good to see. We like to see stories like that as well, don't we, coming into the Open Championship. That's what it's all about as well.
Yeah, it adds the differences. And what we do tend to see in Open Championships, I'm not going to say this is going to happen, but, you know, after those first 2 days, there are always some unexpected names up on the leaderboard. There's always an amateur that seems to be knocking around. There is that conversation. If you think about Paul Dunn, you know, who did it at this golf course.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, can be up there. You know, can an amateur win? And that whole conversation starts. Obviously not going to say that Barclay's going to do that. I'm not going to say he can't. But, yeah, just to have somebody like that up and around the top of the leaderboard, just to add that little bit of difference would be fantastic.
What do you think his goals will be for the first 2 days?
Make the cut.
Make cut.
Yeah, make the cut. I mean, you know, these lads coming in here, even though many amateurs, you know, when they do turn pro, they're pretty much fully formed tour pros anyway. The training that they go through, the college systems, certainly in the US, that a lot of these guys go to as well, you know, they're fully prepped. They're fully prepared. It won't phase them, but they'll obviously be a little bit nervous. You know, it's a major championship. It's a home of golf. There's no way that you won't be going into this week as an amateur with any kind of hopes of winning. You just want to make the cut. You want to make the weekend. You want the full experience. And obviously you want to have a go at the silver medal.
6:46 a.m. is tee time on Thursday.
Love it.
Second off, He'll be all right with an early alarm call. He's young enough.
He'll be fine. He'll bound out of bed, I'm sure. And the thing is, with an early tee time, if the weather does tend to be a little bit calmer in the morning, if I was playing in an Open, having an early tee time first or a late tee time first, and then having a really, having that mix of a really early and a really late, that's absolutely prime.
You wouldn't know he's nervous. If he is nervous, he's not showing it. He's having a great time out there.
It might be nervous laughter.
But he should enjoy it, though, shouldn't he? Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you never know what's going to happen in golf. If he does turn pro, hopefully he'll have a fantastic career. But the amount of amazing players that are out there, this might be the only time he gets to play an Open at St Andrews. You never know. So you've got to soak it in. You've got to enjoy it.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, swing's looking good as well. I remember when he used to be that thin. Long time ago.
Yeah, he's very tall, Barclay Brown. He was tall a few years ago as well.
Clipping away 194. Doesn't look like too short of an iron he's got in his hand there either. Too long of an iron, should I say. Looks like a 7 or a 6 iron.
Okay, we'll let Barclay Brown hit a few more balls, but let's head to the range and meet up with Incy and Di Stewart.
Oh, thanks very much, Josh. I'm here with Mike and Ben Campbell, and yeah, Incy, of course. I just tried to pick up this golf bag, Mike, and it's really, really heavy. What is in it?
I think the boys have put some bricks in it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So I've carried it for 9 holes, but that's okay.
Listen, this looks like a great relationship. How long have you guys been together?
About 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been good.
Going all right?
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we're here, aren't we?
Well, exactly. You did well at the Vic Open then, Ben. Tell us about exactly how you got into this event.
Yeah, so played the Vic Open, part of the Australian Tour, and played okay. Just lost by 1, unfortunately, to Dimmy, but it was a great final day, and we sort of managed to pull away from the field a little bit, and it was just a sort of 2-horse race, so it was good, but it was a nice consolation prize to get into the Open.
I hate to be nosy here. I can see a bit of lead on your 3-iron.
Oh.
Compared to your other irons, we don't have that sort of magic. What does that bit of tape do?
Just makes all the swing weight all the same. So when that got made, it was just slightly out. So the boys at Titleist just put the lead weight on there just to match them all up. So it does the trick.
And are you a tech guy? Because you have some players who don't get as involved when the clubs are getting built. You have other players who have huge involvement in what they do. What's your preference?
Yeah, I'm not much of a tech guy. I leave that to the guys. It's sort of, I try and think about the least amount of things I can, so let that to them. And I obviously have the ball flutter them after and things like that, and let them work out how to achieve that.
Pretty fresh to me.
Now listen, you two, it's this relationship, how it evolves on the golf course over the next few days. Will you speak a lot to Ben, or do you stay quiet? Do you guys chat a lot? What's the dynamic?
I think we'll definitely talk a fair bit, because there's going to be a lot of different shots that we're going to need around here, and with the wind the way it is, I think we're definitely going to be talking about a lot of shots, and yeah.
Is he pretty chill up late?
Absolutely, yeah.
Do you ever get told off?
Occasionally, but no, he's good, very good.
You don't want to tell him off. Look how
exactly.
much bigger he is.
Does he ever get it? Does he ever get it wrong? Does Mike ever get it wrong, Ben?
Occasionally, but you don't want to tell him that, No. Yeah.
Listen, just how excited are you to be here, to play in the Open Championship?
Oh, I think it'd be awesome. I've always loved St Andrews. I was lucky enough to play a lot of times here as an amateur, and it's such a special place. And sort of a lot of people say, oh, what's your favourite golf course around the world? And if someone said you've got to pick one course for the rest of your life, it would definitely be here. It just plays so different every day, and different winds, and you all of a sudden you hit shots off a tee, and all of a sudden there's a bunker there, and it's just a really fun course to play.
Yeah. What's your impressions with how it's playing out there right now?
Yeah, it's firm and fast. Like we just played, even overnight, it feels like it's got a lot faster. So it's starting to play a bit tricky. You've got to really flight your shots. So like I just hit a 3-iron down 9 that went probably 260 metres. And for me, I'm not a big hitter, so it's definitely. I think tomorrow's going to be good. Play 18 holes and just get used to it.
And we're on the range right now where the wind's into off your left. Are you the kind of guy that likes to ride the wind and kind of use it, or fight against it, or maybe manipulate your shots to maybe, I don't know, put it in your back of your foot, try and draw it into left to right wind? What's your preference?
Yeah, I grew up playing a lot of golf in Wellington, which is, I think, New Zealand's windiest city. So a lot of the time the wind was so strong there. I always try and ride the wind. I never try and fight it. So that's just me. But yeah, definitely, you know, playing out that front nine, you really had to start it left, and it was surprising how much, with the bounce and how hard the fairways are playing, there's definitely a few shots that you're going to have to fight into the wind, otherwise it just keeps, you know, you can land it on the left side of the fairway and it just runs right off it.
I mean, less manipulating sounds like the simpler option to me.
Definitely. And Mike, you were here, what, 20 years ago? I mean, I can't believe it. You look so young.
I know.
And strong.
Yeah.
And super strong. But you were here 20 years ago, were you?
Yeah, just coming to have a look and tried to play around here. So, yeah.
It's great that you both got a bit of a Scottish relationship. So you came here, Ben, as an amateur and spent a bit of time.
Yeah, I was here. I came over 3 years in a row to play all the amateur events. So the British Amateur, the Scottish Amateur, the St Andrews Links here.
Yeah.
And I loved it. It was awesome. I sort of love links golf, and we had such a fun time over those years sort of over here. It was a blast, so it's great to be back.
Amazing. What's the plan tomorrow morning? Because apparently it's going to be 40-mile-an-hour winds tomorrow morning. Mike, are you going to stay in bed?
No, definitely not. I think we're going to practice round with Ryan Fox tomorrow at 9:30.
Great.
We'll play 18, so yeah. Good.
You'll be out. Listen, guys, you've been such fun. Thanks so much. We wish you the best of luck. We'll speak to you at some point, I'm sure, over the week.
No worries. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Seth. Cheers.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers.
Thanks, Ben. Back to the comms.
Thanks, Di. Fascinating to hear from Ben Campbell. Good luck ahead of Thursday. Now, here's Mito Pereira. Oh, I feel a bit. My heart sinks a little bit when we see Mito Pereira, a 4 at the final hole at the PGA, and he would have been a major champion, Peter. He wasn't. But
he didn't, did he?
I know.
He didn't get a 4, so he's not.
I know. I felt for him that day. I really did, because I think he was a bit of a crowd favourite, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he came from relative obscurity to challenge for that event, and the way that he was playing and the way that he was going, it didn't really look like he was going to back up. But you know, last day of a major, it's a pressure unlike any other tournament. You know, these are the biggest events. These are the ones they all want to win, and having not been in that situation before, you don't know how you're going to react. And yeah, I was the same. I was gutted for the guy, but you know, at the end of the day, he's been in that situation now. He knows he's got the game to do it. So what's stopping him trying to get up there again?
He dealt with it so well after the round.
Amazing.
Did the interviews as well, and he had Joaquin Niemann, his good friend. I think Munoz as well, possibly stay behind.
Yeah, well, Joaquin looked more disappointed than he did.
Yeah.
It was incredible. If that would have happened to me, I
wouldn't stay behind.
I wouldn't have been able to keep it together. Absolutely no way. I'd have been bawling my eyes out.
Yeah.
You know, but he took it like an absolute champ, and I think that says a lot about his attitude. It says probably a lot about what kind of golfer and what kind of person he is, and if he can bounce back, be absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, he's just got a few wedges at the moment. Just talk us about that little device he's got under his left armpit there, Peter.
So, I think most golfers will know about sticking a glove under the right arm, for example, just to try and keep their right arm a little bit more connected. So what he'll be doing here, keeping that under the left arm, allows the feeling of keeping the left arm connected to the chest coming through the ball. So he controls, or feels like he controls, the club face with his body turns. So he doesn't want his left arm becoming disconnected. He wants the feeling that that's going to stay across his chest coming through impact. Another great exponent of this, you see it every time he hits an iron shot, any shot. Colin Morikawa tucks his shirt under his left sleeve. It's exactly the same thing. And the way that Mito actually moves his hips through impact allows this feeling to actually work. You know, he clears his left hip so far back into the left-hand side, it's ridiculous. And that just allows him to keep that left arm locked in just a turn.
That right side bend he has as well, which it just looks it looks severe, doesn't it? But it works so well for him.
Yeah, it's something, that's the kind of swing that you need to start early. Like, his golf swing is something which you probably wouldn't recommend, really. If people are coming to lessons and they have been playing a while and, you know, they're not as flexible, it's going to be so hard to replicate that type of movement. Honestly, the way he moves his hips is incredible.
Yeah. He's Corn Ferry last year impressed so much on the Corn Ferry, and again impressed at the PGA, and as Peter said, he looked home and hosed after 71 holes, and then we'll call it a moment of madness on the 72nd tee.
Yeah, it'd been having a bit of a slow leak all round, though. You could see he wasn't fully comfortable with his game. And, you know, it's no surprise. You know, he'd never been in that type of position before.
Yeah. This is his first Open Championship as well. How do you think he's going to fare on these kind of conditions? Because these will be kind of alien to him, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I mean, I think it was, well, this is his first return to Scotland in pretty much a decade. I think he was runner-up at a Junior Open here, just up the road at London Links. And that second place at the PGA, that stuck him inside the top 50 of the world, which then secured his return here. So, you know, he's not got the most experience on links golf, but we've seen it in the past in Open Champions. You know, experience around links courses, we presume, really does make a difference. But we've had winners of the Open Championship who've never set foot on a links course before. So there's nothing to stop him being up in contention. The only difference here with the old course is you've just got to know the lines. You know.
Do you think someone making their debut here at St Andrews can win? Or do you think you need to have played at least one Open Championship here, or a Dunhill Links?
I mean, I really think experience does help round here. However, having said that, again, these players are all so good. There's nothing stopping them.
Yeah. Mito top 50 in the world now as well. Number 45 for him. Got a good week ahead, you would think, the Chilean.
You know, St Andrews itself is such an amazing place. The town, it's just everything about it. I feel very fortunate that was my first one, and we play a lot of big tournaments in the world, but the open venues that we go to are all really special. But for me, the best tournament and the most special tournament in the world is the Open in St Andrews.
On the tee from the Republic of Ireland, Shane Lowry.
When you get announced in that first tee in St Andrews, no matter whether it's the Dunhill, whether it's the practice round, you know, it's just special. And it's probably one of the only courses in the world where I go to where I actually really enjoy playing my practice rounds. I can only imagine what the RNA have planned for the 150th Open in St Andrews. It's going to be really special, but the fact it's going to be the 150th, I'm sure it's going to be pretty cool. And winning the Open, I'll be forever grateful that I got to achieve something like that. That's the only way I can describe it, like the fact that my name's on that trophy, and when you look at it, it'll never be taken away, so that's pretty cool.
A few more players out on the range now, later on this Tuesday evening. Wind still blowing pretty hard. And I can see in the turquoise, light green mint next to Pete Cowan again. A man very well accustomed to major championships, Brooks Koepka. He's going to enjoy this week, isn't he?
I'm enjoying your description of the items of
I went for 3 different colours there.
I mean, you covered all the bases, didn't you? Yeah, he's the type of golfer who would relish these type of conditions as well. I mean, I hope his wrists hang up. I mean, he really does drill the club down through the ball. So him being able to really squeeze the ball against the turf, like the amount of spin he's going to be getting on his wedges this week, it's going to be absolutely unreal. He's going to need it, though, with the course playing as firm as it is. He also plays the dirtiest stinger. Honestly. I mean, I like, obviously, watching golf swings, and I like watching ball flights. You know, I'm a bit weird like that.
You are.
But standing behind Brooks when he's hitting a driving iron is just... It's just nice. You know, it's special. You know, it's just special. You know, when you see someone at work and they are one of the best in the world. When you see an incredible dancer or you see an incredible singer, like when you see Brooks absolutely drilling driving irons, you know you're watching someone like who is very good at that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just going with a mid-iron here at the moment. Pete Cowan watching on again, looking impressed. Pete.
He don't give anything away.
He doesn't, does he?
Literally nothing. Those balls have just landed on top of each other. It's like, yeah.
That's good for me.
It's just what I expect.
Yeah. As you said, Brooks, a few injuries recently. I mean, he's got an amazing record in this tournament. 4 top 10s. In this, he was 10th here in 2015. So likes the course. Got a good record in the championship. A little bit of the forgotten man, I guess, though, really, because of the likes of JT, Rory, Rahm, Scheffler. I could go on.
Golf, 5 years is a long time in golf, but there was a time where he will turn up at a major, and it was almost expected that he would contend or more than likely win. His form was that good, and he said it in many interviews at the time. He would miss 3-4 cuts in a row leading up to a major because he didn't care. He was just about those major championships, and that's what really focused his mind. And then obviously a few injuries, he's kind of slipped away a little bit, but he shouldn't be in any doubt. He is a major player who does raise his game for the big occasions.
Okay, we'll leave Brooks to hit a few more. Pete watching on, but let's head down to the range and we'll find Incy and Diagan.
Thanks very much. Down on the range with Rick Shields and Guy Charnock, who are literally YouTube sensations. Rick, tell us a little bit about how you got started.
So I started YouTube 10 years ago. I wanted to be a popular golf coach, believe it or not, and there was no real platform to promote myself. So after trying to get into golf magazines, that wasn't very successful for me. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to start a YouTube channel, and the kind of rest is history. I've done over 2,500 videos now, and amassed a decent sized following.
Tell us how many followers you have.
So currently we're on 2.2 million subscribers on YouTube. A lot of the audience from the USA, so I've got like 45% US audience, and quite a young demographic as well. So a lot of the age range is from 25 to 34-year-olds, but also every single kind of type of golfer watches, and also a lot of non-golfers watch as well, which is great for me. We've been walking around here at the St Andrews, and lots of people said, I've watched your video and got into golf, which I think is the best reward ever. I've loved that.
Fantastic. And how did this relationship start?
So Guy works for me, yeah. Guy works for me, and we met quite a few years ago, and he's really helped kind of catapult the channel as well.
Great.
Yeah, so I was working in a golf store. Rick was a golf coach. I could see what he was doing, and I thought it was really good. And then a few years later, I worked then for a golf manufacturer, and a couple of years later, I started with Rick, and it was a good-sized channel. It was nearly 250,000 subscribers, but now it's 2.2 million, and the growth, the trajectory, the things we get to do now, it's incredible.
Yeah.
So good.
Do you guys ever sit back and just imagine 2.2 million people in front of you? Can you quite comprehend how many eyeballs you have and how much influence you guys have?
Do you want me to take that?
Yeah.
I mean, 2.2, I mean, I was, the most crazy thing, so I was at the semi-finals of England in the Euros last year against Denmark, and the stadium was full. It was like 85,000 spectators, maybe even more, maybe like 90,000. And I looked around, I thought, this is absolutely crazy. I looked at my YouTube analytics that month, and we'd gained the same amount of subscribers in a month as there was as many people in the stadium. So I was looking around going, this is a lot of people.
That puts in perspective, doesn't it? That's fantastic. And great to hear that non-golfers are watching you as well, so you're encouraging Guy, more people into the sport. Tell us what you're doing this week in particular.
So Rick's doing some really cool things with the R&A and with MasterCard, interviewing some of the legends of the game. This afternoon he's had Mark O'Meara, who told his story of his win in the Open at 1998 at Birkdale. What a nice guy.
Yeah, he was absolutely lovely. And then I think later this week I've got interviews with Tom Watson, Justin Rose, and then it's a lot of the MasterCard guys, but also we've been chatting to loads of players here on the range as well. So I had a really good chat with Bryson just then. It's actually, there's not many
your best
times.
mates with Bryson.
I mean, it was
name
quite a
drop,
good chat.
name drop. He's going to send you a birthday card. I mean, that's how close you are.
I think he wants me to caddy. There's hints at it. Yeah, there's hints. But I've not got quite the brain to caddy for Bryson.
No.
But no, he was
Brian
great.
won't be happy.
No, he was great. And, I think it's just the atmosphere around here this week has just been electrifying. I mean, I can't wait for the nightlife as well. And
It's in this place, though, how good is it to have the 150th here? How great is it for golf, and how much can you spread the word?
Oh, it's unreal. We've been very fortunate this last probably 18 months. We've been up to St Andrews a dozen times, maybe for different content opportunities, and it's so unique, the fact you've got this amazing golf course, you know, where the game of golf as we know it started, and literally just there you've got an amazing town with so many unique independent golf stores, and there's so many cool people with it, the students, the golfers that you get here. I think since obviously, you know, lockdown has been and gone, and now we're getting people travelling back over again, it's such a cool place to be. And I think for Rick as well to kind of meet so many of his fans, it's really cool.
I'd love to ask you both, if you could just say one thing each, what is the single coolest thing about either this week or anything so far? Just the one thing.
The golf, maybe?
Yeah, the golf. I recently got an opportunity to hit shots off the Old Course Hotel down to the 17th green. That was pretty cool.
Amazing.
I think for me it's to walk the same fairways that are walked by old Tom Morris, Tiger Woods, Tom Watson, Jack Nicklaus, the Swilcan Bridge.
Yeah,
to be on the same kind of turf that those guys have been on, it's incredible.
Great stuff, guys. And we've both subscribed. We're massive fans. So can I have your autograph later on, please?
Well, make sure everybody does like and subscribe. Right, you're on 2.2 million, but we can get more.
You've said that before. Thanks for your time, guys. Great stuff. Cheers.
Thanks, Di. One of your best friends, Pete.
I know.
As well.
There
he is.
He's there. I'll get him to get around him later on. 2.2 million subscribers. Yeah, whenever you see him in a bar, make sure you just remind him, oh, I guess a drink in then.
Oh, dear. Gorgeous evening now. A little bit different to this morning, but it really is spectacular. The old course is looking here at St Andrews. But for the meantime, let's find George, and he's out and about. Let's see what he's up to.
We've got very comfortable on the 18th hole at St Andrews, and as tradition, a lot of players, a lot of friends and family are taking some great snaps on the Swilcan Bridge. Fino, the super caddy, he doesn't want one. No media.
No media.
No media. He just wants to get home. But I'll tell you who else is going to get on the Swilcan Bridge with him, and that's myself.
Oh, yeah.
Tommy, if you will. For those of you at home that might not know, Tommy and I,
I'm on the Swilcan Bridge with George.
We've had a big relationship over the years, and he's been a bit of an open bandit with all the merch. He loves the open merch.
I like the open, yeah.
And it's such a special year, we thought, Tommy, here you go. We want your putter to be hot this week, and it's going to look hot to start
this is
with.
Staying on. This is very cool. Thank you, George. I've been watching you on TV for so many years.
Vice versa.
Now I get to do this. This is great.
It's a special week for you.
Thank you very much. I love the Open, don't I? So you know, this is like very, very special. So thank you.
Very well. Let's walk and talk.
Oh, we go. Okay.
Let's walk and talk. Come on over, guys. There's a lot of people wanting some photos. Beautiful scenery. Tommy, how about this for a view? The 150th. Cruising down here, it doesn't get much better.
Yeah, it's great. I've just snap hooked it close to out of bounds as well, so we've got to go and find my ball. It's like a little bit of a odd walk, thinking I might be OB, but
my gut feeling says you are OB, if I'm honest.
Well, yeah, you know, might as well get it out of the way now.
That's great. So what does this championship mean to you? I know you're looking for that elusive major. It might not be far away at this stunning course that you love so much.
Yeah, I mean, the Open's got a special place in my golfing life, or my golfing journey, if you like. I grew up in an open town, so you know, from whenever I took up the game, this has always been a very big part of my dreams and why I practice. So it's always my first Open was in 2013. That was at Hoylake. I played this one in 2015. So it's always a very motivating, inspiring event to come to. Love the crowds, love what the event is. And this one's people have been so excited about this one for such a long time. So I think every time I play, I always want to do well. I always want to, essentially achieve a dream in winning the Open. But I also always have, a great respect for the event, and I appreciate the atmosphere and how special it is.
Nice. It's been very windy today as well, which makes the Open special. How's everything been in the wind? Has that here been okay?
The wind's torn me apart, to be honest with you, but it's better on a Tuesday than a Thursday. It's been great to see how the course is playing. We get to play here every year on the tour at the Dunhill, but it's not even the same golf course. It's so fast and fiery, the way the wind is playing today. The course is like a really, really good test, so it's amazing to see how it's playing lines off tees, you know, misses into greens where pins can be. It's amazing playing practice rounds and seeing how the course can play. And one of the reasons why it's my favourite course in the world, really. It's just amazing to see how different it can play every day.
Nice. Well, I come bearing one more gift, actually.
Another one?
Yeah, just to keep you under control. I've got a little hair tie, so if we could just get that in. Let's get this up. Come on.
I'm actually, no.
There we go.
Can you do it? I'm in bounds, by the way.
You're not.
I am, I can see it.
I need help with this. How do you do this? There we go.
This isn't good content on...
And there. Do that up. One there.
That's not, no. Have
There
you
we
done
go.
this before?
There we go. Look, it's a shocker. You can keep that though.
But this is very cool. Like, I think the leaderboards and the grandstands have always been such a big thing about Opens. So walking down St Andrews on the last this is like what I always picture. This is very cool. And I'm in bounds. I'm actually right next to the golf channel.
Oh, nice. Well, this is your last media requirement of the day, so you'll be fine over there.
Yeah, hopefully not the last one of the week, but
no, there'll be plenty.
We'll see.
All right, Tommy. Enjoy the week. It's been a pleasure as always.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll see you on Sunday night.
I appreciate this, the gifts. I mean, this is great, but this is very, very cool. This will be on my bag for a long time. Thank you.
Right. Enjoy it, boy.
Thanks, man.
And go. We are here on the range for the last few minutes of live at the range, and Incy, it's been a really magical day. The sun is now shining. It's a perfect Scottish evening, and as we pan round here, we can see that there are hardly any golfers on the range. We've got the big screen in the distance, the hospitality right over there, grandstand behind the second, at 17 near the Old Course Hotel. It's an absolutely beautiful evening. The wind, I'd say, is probably about 20 miles per hour right now. But the storyline of this Open Championship today has been about the wind, and that will be the scenario for the next few days, won't it?
Absolutely. I think, to say the least, this golf course, everyone knows St Andrews, right? It's known for its undulation. Apart from the first, you've got the second, everything adds to 18 as well, which is quite a cool feature. You've got a few crossovers. It's just a beautiful setup, plenty of double greens. It's very condition dependent, depending on how strong this breeze is, how angry it's feeling. If not calm, will determine how the players can approach this week. And it's all about the wind and the rain, maybe.
We've seen players come on early this morning, play a few holes, have a bit of lunch, come back to the driving range, and players are tinkering with this hard off the left wind, aren't they? We spoke to a couple of the YouTube guys who spoke to Bryson DeChambeau. He was on great form, actually, really cheery, really delighted to be here. We've spoken to the Irish. Yesterday I spoke to so many from the Celebration of Champions, Sir Nick Faldo, Sandy Lyle, Gary players, Sir Bob Charles. They were delighted to be here. And just to remind all our viewers, yesterday that you had that magical 4-ball. Georgia Hall, have you spoken to Georgia about playing with Tiger Woods, Rory McIlroy and Lee Trevino, the winner of the Open here in 71, 72?
I mean, that photo, I'm sure everyone
on the Bridge.
It's a photo of legends.
Yeah.
She needs to get that plastered, whether it's a kitchen.
It's on Twitter.
You can't frame that. You need to make that a wallpaper in your house.
Yeah.
It needs to smother it.
Totally. So many magical moments. We saw Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus on the Swilcan Bridge last night, and that photo was on the back page of all the newspapers today. It's 18 majors, 15 majors, and one of the massive storylines this week is Tiger Woods and what can he do on this old course, a place where he's won 2 Open Championships. Back in 2000, Incy, he won at 19 under par, went on to win at 14 under in 2005. This place means so much to him. Really quickly, how do you feel he'll do this week?
I think Rory said it early in the week. If anyone's going to do it, it'll be Tiger.
Yeah.
It's not about length. It's not a course you can overpower.
Yeah.
He knows this golf course inside out. He's the man that can plot his way around. If anyone's got to do it, it could be Tiger.
The dream is still there.
You can never rule it out, Di.
No, thanks, Incy. Great to chat to you today. We'll be back live at the range tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. See you then. Well done. Well done.